Universitas Mercu Buana is ready to compete globally. Universitas Mercu Buana has achieved institutional accreditation with A rating from National Accreditation Board for Higher Education, ranked 27th nationally from Webometric, ranked 37th nationally from 4ICU, and 49th on the Ministry of Research Technology and Higher Education. In responding to the challenges of global competition, Universitas Mercu Buana made various efforts, including periodically develops curriculum with orientation towards the ever-changing needs of industry and society, empowers students with entrepreneurial skills, performs special competency tests through certifications carried out by professional certification institutions with National Agency of Professional Certification, develops students' English skills especially for conversation, organizes English classes with insights of international culture, actively supports students to participate on international competitions. Universitas Mercu Buana has collaborations with more than 50 international universities in Asia, Europe, and Australia. Students can participate in international programs such as student exchanges, summer courses, and earning credits overseas. Along with science and technology developments, Universitas Mercu Buana lecturers continue to develop their competencies and consistently implement the three dharma of higher education through teaching, research, and community services. Universitas Mercu Buana lecturers also productively publish their scientific works in both national and international journals. Universitas Mercu Buana also has various copyrights and patents. Universitas Mercu Buana periodically implements visiting lecturer program to various foreign universities. In order to support the learning process towards internationalization, Universitas Mercu Buana always improves the quality and quantity of infrastructure and facilities. Universitas Mercu Buana has advanced broadcasting studio, dormitory, various disability facilities, as well as other supporting facilities. Universitas Mercu Buana prepares facilities and infrastructures which fulfill the international standards. Universitas Mercu Buana is a safe and healthy workplace where the environmental impact of all activities undertaken is tried to be minimized. Universitas Mercu Buana focuses on protection and continuous improvement for Universitas Mercu Buana community. Universitas Mercu Buana also facilitated disaster mitigation training for all community members. Universitas Mercu Buana, go international, we can! Universitas Mercu Buana adalah universitas yang siap bersaing di kancah global. Saat ini, Universitas Mercu Buana telah meraih akreditasi institusi dengan peringkat A dari BAN PT serta meraih ranking di Asia serta ranking nasional. Dalam menjawab tantangan persaingan global, Universitas Mercu Buana melakukan berbagai upaya, di antaranya secara periodik mengembangkan kurikulum yang berorientasi ke masa depan sesuai dengan kebutuhan industri dan masyarakat, pembekalan wawasan wirausaha untuk mahasiswa, pelaksanaan uji kompetensi khusus melalui uji sertifikasi yang dilaksanakan oleh Lembaga Sertifikasi Profesi Universitas Mercu Buana dengan sertifikasi Lembaga Negara BNSP. Pembekalan kemampuan berbahasa Inggris, khususnya kemampuan percakapan sehari-hari. Penyelenggaraan kelas perkuliahan khusus dengan pengantar bahasa Inggris dan pemberian wawasan budaya internasional. Dukungan secara aktif bagi mahasiswa untuk mengikuti berbagai kompetisi tingkat internasional. Universitas Mercu Buana memiliki kerjasama dengan lebih dari 50 perguruan tinggi internasional yang tersebar di Asia dan Eropa. Mahasiswa dapat mengikuti program internasional seperti Student Exchange, Summer Course, dan Earning Credit yang diselenggarakan di kampus-kampus luar negeri. Seiring dengan perkembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi, pengajar di Universitas Mercu Buana terus mengembangkan kompetensinya dan konsisten melaksanakan Tridharma perguruan tinggi melalui kegiatan pengajaran, penelitian, dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat. Pengajar Universitas Mercu Buana dengan produktif juga menerbitkan karya ilmiahnya pada jurnal-jurnal nasional dan internasional bereputasi. Saat ini, Universitas Mercu Buana juga telah memiliki berbagai hak cipta dan hak paten. Selain itu, kegiatan visiting lecturer ke berbagai negara dilakukan secara periodik. Dalam rangka mendukung proses pembelajaran untuk menuju internasionalisasi, Universitas Mercu Buana senantiasa meningkatkan kualitas dan kuantitas sarana dan prasarana. Universitas Mercu Buana saat ini telah dilengkapi dengan studio broadcasting, dormitory, berbagai fasilitas yang ramah disabilitas, serta fasilitas pendukung lainnya. Sarana dan prasarana dipersiapkan oleh Universitas Mercu Buana dengan standar internasional. Universitas Mercu Buana merupakan tempat kerja yang aman, sehat, serta meminimalkan dampak lingkungan dari seluruh aktivitas yang dilakukan. Perbaikan yang berkesinambungan dan perlindungan bagi sivitas Universitas Mercu Buana menjadi salah satu fokus perhatian Universitas Mercu Buana. Universitas Mercu Buana juga memfasilitasi berbagai pelatihan mitigasi bencana bagi seluruh sivitas. Universitas Mercu Buana, Go International, We Can!
Selamat datang Ibu, Bapak, dan teman-teman sekalian. Okay, so today we're going to deliver it in English because we also have guests from abroad. But I will try it also speaking Bahasa for another friend from UMKM all over Indonesia. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this meeting room. And the opening ceremony is going to start. Okay, so please open up your video camera and mute your microphone. Okay, thank you, Hafiz. Yeah, good morning and best wishes to us all. We thank God because all of the blessing and grace we can gather at the very event we later. Community Service Program Series from Informatics Faculty of Computer Science Universitas Mercu Buana with the topic Data Science for Business. Oke, so buat teman-teman yang dari UMKM, nggak usah khawatir, kami akan deliver also nanti in bahasa. And it's being a great honor for me, Prastika, to be standing here and welcome each and every one of you in this online seminar. Ladies and gentlemen, over the next few hours, this meeting will provide you plenty of opportunity to discuss, share knowledge and insight. Before we process the program today, we would like to express our sincere gratitude to the Rector of Universitas Mercu Buana, Professor Ngadino Surip, the Dean of Computer Science Universitas Mercu Buana, Dr. Mujiono Sadikin, Deputy Dean, Faculty of Computing and Information Technology, Tengku Abdurrahman, University College, Professor De Wong Ten Lai, Excellence from Tengku Abdul Rahman, University College Malaysia also, Professor Lim Tong Ming, Excellency as speaker from Inti University Malaysia, Dr. Desinta Arofa Devi, and Excellency as speaker from University of Reading, United Kingdom, Dr. Louis Patino. Welcome, everyone, all friends, and sure, and I'm glad to have you here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for all participants from Universitas Mercu Buana, Tengku Abdul Rahman University College, Inti University Malaysia, University of Reading, and medium small enterprise businesses, and all over that I could not say it one by one. Okay, and again, for friend, sorry, for you from Indonesia, don't worry. Kita akan deliver it also nanti materinya in English, tapi nanti moderator akan memberikannya dengan menjelaskannya dengan bahasa juga. Jadi nanti jika ada pertanyaan, silakan saja dengan bahasa Indonesia, nggak apa-apa. Ya, nggak usah. Jadi biasa aja gitu ya. Oke, nanti kalaupun bahasa Indonesia, nanti bisa saya juga yang akan membacakannya in English supaya nanti pematerinya bisa mengerti pertanyaannya dari kita. So, don't worry, okay? But of course, it's not for you, Fauzi, and also I thought it's Yepi also here, student from international class. Of course, you should ask in English. And also, I think I see Beliana. Yeah, you should also in English, okay? But not Malayu from Europe, even the professor from Malaysia. So for inter student, you should use English. Okay, yeah. And thank you for your participation today. So next, we're going to listen our national anthem. Indonesia Raya from Indonesia, Negaraku from Malaysia, and God Save the Queen from United Kingdom. Yeah, thank you. So, before we go to next session, I will give information that the certificate and the attending will going to share in the last session buat teman-teman. Jadi nanti sepertinya tadi ada yang bertanya juga untuk absensi dan nanti juga untuk keperluan sertifikat akan disampaikan di sesi terakhir. Oke, okay? Yeah. Thank you for your understanding. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we would like to invite to deliver his welcoming speech as Dean of Faculty of Computer Science, Universitas Mercu Buana, Dr. Mujiono Sadikin. Hello, sir.
Hello, thank you, Ms. Ika. Is
Hi.
my voice clear for you, all of us?
Yes, clear enough, sir. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you so much for the time. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Honorable Deputy Dean of Star UC Faculty of Computing and Information Technology, Dr. Wong Kim Hin Lai. I'm sorry if any misspelling. All of extraordinary speakers, Professor Lim Tong Ming from TAR UC, this is Jacinta Arufat Devi, PhD of Inti University, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, Dr. Louis Potano of University of Reading, United Kingdom, and all of structural officer of Faculty Computer Science, Universitas Mercu Buana, webinar participant, and all of my fellow lecturers. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to convey the greeting of peace in Islam. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May God bless all of us. First of all, Allah, Almighty God, for His blessing to all of us so we can join in the event to share our knowledge and experiences for community development. This community services is the implementation of one of the mission of Faculty of Computer Science, Universitas Mercu Buana, to contribute to the community development. And by inviting our overseas university partners, we are optimistic that we will be able to increase the quality of the community services and for the participants to gain knowledge and experiences from the other perspectives. In this event, the topic will be discussed is the data science for micro, small, and medium enterprises, MSMIs. As we know, currently the data value has outperformed compared to the value of oil and even gold as a commodity. It is because with the data, we can get almost unlimited benefits. In this webinar, with all the speakers, we will elaborate and discuss it, especially with what the benefits can be taken by MSMIs, usaha kecil, mikro, dan menengah, and how to get those benefits. I hope, and I'm optimistic too, that this webinar will provide much benefits to all of us, especially for MSMIs fellows. Therefore, I hope this program will continue with other activities which are in the series of community services even today is in the next 2 days and the following future activities. With the partners universities involved, UC, IT University, Reading University as well, we also hope that the collaboration can be continued, not only for community services, but also for academics and research activities. As the speech closing, I would like to thank all parties that involved in this event, our beloved University BOD, Professor Dr. Martino as director, all of participants, all of extraordinary speakers, committee members, and fellow lecturers. We also apologize for any shortcomings that may be there. I hope we all enjoy the webinar until the end in this afternoon. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, sir. Okay. But before we start for the next sessions, the topic for our webinar, we're going to take a picture first. So please, ma'am and sir and boys and girls all, please open up your camera. Maybe Bu Saruni also, could you open up your camera so we could take a picture? And I see also Gilang, maybe Muhammad Yusuf. Okay, and yeah, I have 10. Okay, then I will take it. 1 for the first page. Okay, 1, 2, and 3. And again for the next one. One, two, three. Wow. Could you hear that sound? Okay, the next one. But okay, from maybe Fitria, Niken, Amelia, and the other. Could you open up your? Okay, 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Now it's here on the and again I see Arif Bianto there. 1, 2, and 3. And then after the 1, 2, and 3. It's 1, 2, and 3. The last one I see and there. Okay, thank you everyone. Yeah, picture first. Okay, we continue. Yeah, so then you welcome. Ada masalah untuk nanti orang yang you are there. So, because yeah, our speaker is all overseas, not from Malaysia and Kingdom, and our moderator will be our fellow friends from Indonesia. So you're there. Okay. So first topic is storytelling, the most important element in business strategy program by Professor Lim Tong Ming from University College Malaysia, and I will welcome to Dr. Devi Piana as moderator.
Okay, so is my voice clear? Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much to Asika. The Honorable Deputy Dean, Faculty of Computing and Information Technology, UC University Malaysia. The Honorable Dean of Faculty of Computer Science, Universitas Mercu Buana, Jakarta. Our distinguished speaker, Professor Lim Chong Ming. Fellow lecturers and our beloved students, of course. Our distinguished guests from the micro, small, medium enterprises from around Indonesia, I said, yeah, because the information I got this morning from Pak Wawan that our fellow from the micro, small, medium enterprises come all around Indonesia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pleased to welcome all of you in our special annual event, the community services for the MSME, or what we call usually micro, small, medium enterprises. This event called the Data Science in Business. First, For the expert talks today, we will introduce our distinguished speaker. But before that, let me tell you the session in this talk. So there will be material sessions that will be presented in 45 minutes and followed with the summary both in Bahasa Indonesia, of course, and also in English. After that, there will be question and answer sessions for up to 3 participants, okay? But we will see the time, yeah? If it is more time left, so we can get another or other questions, yeah, from more participants. I am pleased to welcome Professor Lim Chong-ming and read his remarkable bibliography. Now, Professor Lim has 10 years of industry experiences in the design, development, implementation, and maintenance of commercial software from 1989 to 1999. After returning from Mississippi State University, United States of America. In 1999, Professor Lim left the software industry and he joined as an academic with Monash University, Utah, and Sunway University. Having many years of exposure in the software industry and academics world, Professor Lim understands very well the needs and requirements of accounting, distribution, manufacturing, and point of sale software segments. In the past 20 years, Professor Lim had always focused in object-oriented software and databases technologies while he was with University of Malaya and Monash. He also had spent more than 10 years in peer-to-peer technologies related research as he was with the Utah and Sunway University. In the last 12 years, his work has been focusing on organizational knowledge sharing and technology acceptance, social media analytics, and social influence maximization, while he was with Sunway University and Tunku Abdul Rahman University College, or what we call TARUC. It is since 2008. Professor Lim has graduated more than 20 masters and 2 PhD students while he was with Monash, Utah, and Sunway University. He is currently the director for CBIEF and also a professor at the FOCS in TARUC, and he's also the head of Big Data Analytics Center, supervising 5 PhD candidates. Wow, yeah, and leading Big Data Analytics project with the WebClaw, MOT, CMG, and also the DynaFront. Now, Professor Lim's vast experience from the software industry and academics allows him to provide leadership and teaching, and also learning, research, and industry project development, and academic administration services in the university he attached to. So, and today, Professor Lim talk entitled Data Storytelling, the Most Important Element in Business Strategy Process. Now, with that, please give yourself full attention to Professor Lim and help me welcome him to the session. Please, Professor Lim, the time is yours. Professor Lim?
I think it's still mute, sir.
Yeah. Professor Lim, I think it's still, yeah.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Loud and clear. Thank you.
Okay. The screen is clear for you?
Yeah, but the slide is not shown yet.
Ah. Is it shown now?
Not yet, actually.
You want me to try one more time? Let me just try one more time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you see now?
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe you should show the slide, or I think it's also okay if you.
Okay, I have shown the slide. Can you see now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Now is about 11:30, 11:37 in Malaysia. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for the lengthy introductions that presented by Devi. Uh, Let me just start by talking about this title, data storytelling. A lot of data analytics experts are basically very much lack of this particular type of skill. And what I'm going to do is that for the past 10 years, since I've been very much involved in a lot of different analytic projects. So let me just share with you how important it's this data storytelling.
Ada kesempatan.
All right, let me just move to the
Hah?
second, the first slide. All right, after the title of the presentations. Now, as you know that the in data world, the most important thing for the next uh, few years, the trends and the future of business intelligence or business insights, the most important thing is being shown on the slides. So basically, artificial intelligence is something that we cannot ignore. All right. The collaborative business intelligence, data automations, predictive and prescriptive analytics tools. And most important thing is that the last many months, because of the COVID-19, a lot of business activity has been changed from face-to-face to, for example, online or using Messenger. Just a couple of days ago, we have seen a lot of very interesting product that's called chat commerce. All right, meaning you use chat to conduct commerce, use Facebook Messenger, for example. So this slide basically just to tell you that, you know, there are 10 different business intelligence trends in 2021 and beyond that is very important for all of us to take note. So what basically constitute data and big data in this particular context? One very common question that asked by a lot of businesses, it's, do I have big data? Do I really have big data? Do I need to go into the world of analytics? So this is a very common question that asked by a lot of companies. So let me just share with you what actually characterize the 6 most important characteristics of big data. First of all, it has to have the volumes, meaning that it has to have the amount of data that coming in. So if you don't have the voluminous data, then you are not qualified to call, or you are not in the big data world. Variety, meaning a lot of structured, unstructured, or semi-structured data. For example, structured data are our relational table. Those are structured data. Semi-structured data are, for example, like JSON file. And unstructured data are basically like, for example, news, and for example, a lot of different sensor data, and as well as the social media data. They are very much fall under the dimension of variety. Velocity meaning that the data coming in a very high speed, and veracity is the degree of which the data can be trusted. Now, because the data that come in from the big data world, especially from sensors and social media platform, are basically in a very high speed and voluminous kind of pattern. And as a result, the how much can you really trust, for example, the data that flow into your big data cluster, for example. So veracity is one of the key characteristics of the 6 of them. What about the value? So what kind of business value does it bring to the business world, especially for small, medium businesses? And the last one is variability, meaning how much the way big data are used and can be formatted. So for example, I have been doing a project at TAUC using our very much Hortonworks Hadoop cluster for the last 2 years. A pure dedicated Hortonworks cluster that is being used not for just research, but also help to solve problems for the people in the industry. Later, I might just want to share a little bit of this case study with you guys. So let me just go into the data world and share with everybody. A common question that everyone is asking: do I really have big data? Am I actually need to prepare myself to go into the big data world? So data basically comes from many different sources. They can come from the business transaction, they can come from customer databases, medical records, internet clickstream, for example, the logs, and the social networks, for example, the Facebook, Twitter, and WeChat, for example. And of course, conventionally scientific research repository, and the most important thing is the machine-generated data in the real and real-time data sensors in the Internet of Things environment. So what basically constitute big data? It's all this put together. That is what we call big data. If you have conventional data, like for example, a couple hundred of tables, and your data is generated on a monthly basis, or as transaction coming in, you key in the data, I am afraid that you may not qualify to classify your data as one example of big data, because out of the 6 characteristics, speed and volumes and the different variety is one of the most, 3 of the most important things that is making big data stand out differently from the data that we have traditionally. This is basically to show everybody that why is it so important for us to look at the social media platform. The last couple of years, my team constitute of a few PhD students and a few master students, and many final year project students. We are looking at social media data. Now we are looking at what people are talking about. We are looking at Twitter, we are looking at Facebook, we are looking at a lot of social media platforms that is basically people converse, express their opinion, express their sentiment, express their emotion. So you can see that the world of big data, especially the data generated by the social media platform like Facebook, YouTube, WhatsApp, it's on the rise. And to be very frank, for the past few years, we've been collecting data, and our 20 terabyte of the storage that is used for the processing of big data, we always have to go back and archive them, because the amount of data that we collected, it's unbelievable. Now, do we really have big data? As what I have mentioned before, many companies actually ask. Now, if we actually look at the big data readiness that I actually took this in a couple months ago, this is basically published in the 2015. The government basically trying to find out how many of these companies are basically having or in the states of ready to go into the big data. As you can see that level 1 is initial, meaning that people just started, all right. Level 2, about 18%, all right, 24 companies, they start to manage. Level 3 is just to define what big data meant to them. And level 4 is quantitatively managed, meaning that they have about 40 companies, about 30% of them that they survey, basically are in the stage of level 4. So as you can see that when we are asking ourselves, are we actually having big data? This small survey in the year 2015, and today we are in 2021, basically show you that there are a lot of companies has gone into the data world much earlier than we thought. All right. Now, the big question here is that, are these data useful to them? Are they actually making use of this data to generate the intelligence? Now, many people stop at the intelligence and they just stop there. All right. Let me just go to share with everybody. What is the key difference that a lot of people are basically asking? The world of business intelligence and the world of data science. Are they similar? Are they different? Let me just share with everyone so that we clear the confusions that existed in the world of data. When you talk to customer or when you talk to researchers or you talk to any company that are interested. Basically, as far as the business intelligence that we used to use, far longer than you and me can possibly imagine, 20, 30 years ago, all right, the word business intelligence are still used as of today, are basically similar to what data science is doing. For example, data analysis, you need to do the statistic, apply statistics for the data analysis and visualizations. And of course, the data sources, usually in the older world, in the world of business intelligence, basically they are relying on SQL databases. But in today, when we talk about big data, or the data science discipline of big data, we are talking about the less structure of data that consists of 3 different types of data. That is the structured data, the semi-structured data, and the unstructured data. And of course, the tool that we use in the old days is very much rely on statistics and visualizations. But in today's world, due to the voluminous data that is streaming into our day-to-day life, statistics alone is not enough. And in actual facts, if you talk to statisticians, they know that statistics will have to follow a certain kind of discipline or constraint, where the machine learning become more important, where the machine can actually learn from the pattern that is presented by the data. And of course, natural language processing is one thing that you cannot ignore, okay? And for example, what is the key difference between the business intelligence and, for example, data science? In business intelligence, usually you get the data from the archive data that is at the present or in the past. But in the big data world, especially in the discipline of data sciences, we are not just looking at the past, we are not looking at the present, we are also looking at in the future, meaning that forecast into the futures. All right, so these are some of the key differences. Now, a lot of companies actually ask, if you have so much differences, why not you just go into the data science? Data science emerged in just the past less than 10 years, I think. All right, when I joined Sunway University, SAS software company approached us. That was more or less the time when big data started to show up. That was in the year of 2007 to 2008. Now today is 2021. So it is slightly more than 10 years. All right, and the big data has grown leap and bound. Now, in analytic world, these are things that we are always doing. But if you take very closer look at this particular whole analytic model life cycle, there's one missing item, that is storytelling. All right. Now, you can define what you want to do. You can collect all the relevant data. You can train the model. You can adapt the model. You can actually use the model for your planning and for your strategic planning. You can actually tune the model from time to time and recollect new data. But there is one very important thing that a lot of data analysts, a lot of data scientists, they have forgotten. And when they go into the world of data in the business world, they found that business people are not actually following what we try to explain. Now, this is a very key problem. Just for the information of all the audiences, my students that graduated from Monash, many of them are Indonesians, and I am actually working closely with one of the software company in Jakarta, which is now co-developed the extracting of data from PDF file and all the different images. And I found that the same problem happened in Indonesia, like in Malaysia as well. That is, they stopped at the monitor and the model performance. They didn't go one level beyond this particular stage. That is the data storytelling, to explain the phenomenon to the business people, to explain the phenomenon to the adopter. That is something that is missing from this model life cycle. Now, what are the most important things? First, it's the data itself. Okay. Now, I have done some pretty huge project. Some of you who have come to Malaysia before, you know there is a reward card called Bonus Link, for example. I've done a project with them for close to 2 years. Data is what they have, but they miss one thing. They don't have reliable data. And when you call yourself, you have reliable data, basically the quality of the data need to fulfill, if not all 6 of these characteristics, as much as possible. You fulfill most of them. So for example, the completeness, all right, if you want to do analytics, the very first thing you need to know is what exactly the data that you should collect. And the second most important thing is that you need to know the data you collect are very consistent, very uniform. There's a lot of checking during the data collection process, okay? And you need to have something called conformity, meaning that you need to make sure you reconfirm. Accuracy of the data is very important. Integrity is also equally important. And most important of all 6 of them is the timeliness, meaning the data that is coming into you, whether it's transaction data or social media data or sensor data, it has to be nearly timely if it is something that you can do. Meaning that if you use data that is 3 years back, it doesn't make a lot of sense to you for data that is 3 years back to do a decision making or to do a strategic planning for today's economic ecosystem, because the data that's too old, it's quite difficult to actually to be able to see the trend, for example, to be able to see the pattern. All right, so let's take a moment and look at this particular diagram. So reliable data, after I've spoken about data storytelling, the first thing I point out is the data has to be reliable in the very, very first place. Now, everyone knows that in the next 10, 20 years or maybe more, the new oil of the economy is not the crude oil anymore. It's the data that flow into our world. We have to say thank you to people like, for example, Facebook, Google, and all the messenger providers. All right, you can see that when we are moving to the new oil of the economy into the future, from the past 10 years into the next 10 years or maybe more, what are the different things that we have to look at? First, of course, the old-fashioned reporting is slowly going out, but of course, reporting is still useful to a certain extent for record purposes. For example, the analysis and the visualization stop at the statistical modeling. And if we go beyond the statistical modeling, we are talking about descriptive, we are talking about predictive, we are talking about prescriptive. So all those are basically fall under the machine learning. So the different benefits that people can get out of all this is, you can ask questions like, what happened? You can ask questions like, why did it happen? You can say, what will happen if it is going to be into the future? And what is happening now? And of course, influence what happens. Now, what is prescriptive statistic or prescriptive analytic? Prescriptive analytic is to tell you the factors that influence what is happening, all right, or what is going to happen. That is prescriptive statistic, all right, or prescriptive analytic, all right. Now, after talking so much about the differences and the critical factor for a reliable analytic to be generated, the important missing stage that after the model is being built, it's the data storytelling. All right. Now, what actually constitutes the storytelling in business analytics, for example? First of all, accurate data is the most important thing. All right. Without any data, without accurate quality data, it is not something that any AI or even machine learning model can be used. The visually appealing presentation is very important. By throwing all the data into the visualization, doesn't going to help you. Okay, and what is the most important? It's the missing piece of it, that is the engaging narrative from the data storyteller. Now, in the business world, for your information, you can go as far as Maybank, you can go as far as AIA, you can go to the smaller player like some stationery seller in any part of the world. The understanding of the data, the understanding of the analysis generated by the model, it's governed in the hand of the data scientists. And many data scientists fail to do this piece of job is because they cannot explain the phenomenon of what they have generated and link it to the specific domain of the business that this particular stakeholder is trying to understand from you. So the engaging narrative that link to the business domain and related to the question that he is trying to ask from the analysis that is generated by the model is one of the key contexts that a lot of our very own students and a lot of our data scientists in the business world are very, very weak at. So what is data storytelling? All right. Are we trying to do something that is inappropriate? For example, just to tell story? Well, basically, it's a critical skill. It is a skill that you can bring into the world of the business. It's the skill that you can bring to the listener of a scientific community from whatever that you are generating from the model that you created. So it is an art of weaving a coherent story, okay, with appropriate reasons enough to drive the decisions. And that is not something a machine can do. And a human is something that it's a person that is very much wanted. Sadly, in the academic world as well as in the business world, we are very much lacking of the data storyteller. All right. So you need to put the presentation with the right information, appropriate format, the most opportune time, in the right context for the different respective industry. And that is something that is very difficult to do for many data scientists because they're technically so sound, but in the soft skill perspective, they are not able to deliver or relate the outcome to the person or the group of people that should get the benefit from. So basically, this is a chart that summarizes everything. You have data that can explain and enlighten. You have visual aspect that can engage and enlighten. But the narrative is the most important thing, that is to engage and explain. And that drives the change in any business company. All right. So that is what we are trying to get at. And that is the key point that I'm trying to bring to everybody here. It doesn't matter you are from SME, small businesses, or very big enterprises. With the data, with the visualization, you need to be able to have a right human person that is able to deliver the narrative, which is engaging, but is at the right moment, for the right context, for the right industry. So do organizations really need data storytellers? The answer is yes. And if any one of you would be able to work with me to talk to any, for example, a company who is interested to actually go into the data analytics, doesn't have to be big data analytics. You will be able to see that this is something that the customer is badly needed. Okay, because you need to simplify as much as possible and let the people that is in the business to be able to understand and relate it, and then bring this particular level of understanding into the business decision making. Okay, so if there is an absence of narrative, it will be very difficult for them to relate their business to the facts or to the analysis that generated by the model. So Data storytelling is not just presenting some chart and graph. It's how a human data storytellers try to relate everything together into something that the business holders or the business operator can comprehend in the simplest, the easiest manner. So simplicity is the keyword. Always good to bring a true real life example. I always do that. Okay, but of course, if you are a new data storytellers, you are a person need to be able to relate the technical aspect as well as the business aspect. Try to make things more relevant and interesting. Okay, and that is where the visualization can help. Okay, but visualization doesn't help to explain. So visualization assists the data storyteller to make things simple enough so that they can understand. All right, to understand the logic behind it, be able to make effective business strategy, making the business direction more simpler from whatever that the data storyteller trying to explain to them. So what is data storyteller? In the simple nutshell, all right, data scientists, most people who are technically sound are able to do it. All right. Unfortunately, data storyteller, it's not something you can learn overnight. It is soft skill that you need to be able to present well. It is soft skill that you need to be able to read the hard part of the data analysis and transcribe all this into the simplest, easy to understand kind of message to the business operator. So data story teller is basically the most important person at the end of the day that able to persuade the business owner to continue go into the business world, into the data world, and use whatever that they have to make a real good decision, make a real good strategic planning, and that is what the data storyteller is doing, right? Now, how many different type of data story can we do? Reporting is very, very conventional. It's still very much in use. Explanatory, all right? You need to be able to explain, scrutinize as much as possible. The nitty-gritty detail, leave it aside. You must be able to identify the real issue that the business person are very much looking for. If you throw him all the analysis and give him all the nitty-gritty detail, he is not able to see the tree in the jungle. Predictive, okay? They want to see the trend. They want to see the pattern. They always want to see the insights for the past, today, and into the future as well. So a predictive data story, you need to kind of link what was happening in the past, what is happening now, and what is going to happen into the future. Link the different dots together so that the business owner is able to make a decision. The business people is able to understand where they are coming, what kind of position they are having at this point of time. So that is very, very important. Skills that required, if you want to be a great data storyteller, like I said, you cannot learn overnight. It's a form of soft skill. You got to learn it over many, many cases. Follow somebody who is a master to you. So knowing the audience, knowing the industry is very important. And this can be read from the book, but to relate it to the business world, to the real business problem, relate it so that to make things very simplistic, it is not something you can pick it up from the book, which you need to learn over a long period of time. And that explains why data storyteller is very hard to come by, and people pay you very high salary is because the fact that it's very hard to get good storyteller. All right, he's able to be technically sound, and he's able to actually having the soft side of the skill. So one of the biggest mistakes in the data storyteller is don't make assumptions. Okay, data storyteller is looking at the context. Don't make assumptions, right? If you are making assumption, then you are going to have a lot of trouble. Okay, it has to be tailored to the different group of audiences, to the different type of businesses, to the different kind of analysis, tackle the different kind of problem, and you must also see who are your audiences and how much is the level of understanding as far as analytics is concerned. And to be very frank, if you talk to a lot of big enterprises owner, they also don't quite understand what is big data and data sciences. Okay, so the level of understanding you have to gauge from the minute you talk to him. You must know what kind of level can you go. If you're talking to a very seasoned data scientist, you know that he has got a technical background. If you are talking to people who are from the business world, they don't have the technical background, they only have the business perspective. So the level of understanding, you have to gauge it so that you don't overdo, you don't underdo. Understanding the business problem, as I've said, business problem is something that you got to really understand. And as again, it is very, very important because they are going to need how you relate your outcome into the business context and to do a good decision making. Identifying the probable question and preparing for the answer. I always do the data storing part of it because I am technically sound. At the same time, I'm able to relate to the business world because I was in the business world for many, many years. So you must always prepare some possible question and possible answer just to make sure that you are getting ready so that you are not in any trouble. Getting the right data at hand is very important. Always make sure that the data that you have, the visualization you have, sample that you can prepare, make sure you are ready so you can always give to the listener what they are looking for. And that is what a good storyteller need to always prepare. Good presentation skill, all right? A good press presenter has to be energetic, motivated, language-wise has to be fluent. And of course, the most important thing is that you must understand what kind of people you're talking to. Who is he? Do some background check, making sure that this is the kind of people, what kind of things he like most, what kind of thing he dislike. Some people like to share a lot of problem with you, all right, taking a few more hours from your time. Some of them go straight to the point. They don't like you to beat around the bushes. So the gold mining using storytelling for businesses, it's what you see in this whole picture. And this whole picture basically is a good storyteller who is able to sit down there, interact with all the very high level people, all the C-level leaders, whether you're CEO, COO, CFO, you need to be able to tackle their question, answer the questions, being able to show your visualization on the spot and give them the kind of answer they're looking forward to. And this is how you keep them and continue to work with them. So what's the benefit of storytelling then? It provides meaning and value, all right? It is a process when you are able to give them, relate things into their context, into the industry, into their problems, bring value to them. They don't need all this number. They don't need all this visualization because visualization and number are not something that they can easily comprehend. Okay, this PR goal, meaning that public relationship goal. Why? Because when you are having data at hand, when you have all the different analysis and value at hand, you can always go and bring this value and talk to your business partners and share with them what are the things that it's important, what are the things that they should ignore, and what are the things that you shouldn't even bring it up. In the some of the cases that we are working on, we are trying to understand the sentiment and emotion of the different type of businesses in Malaysia, for example. Okay, it has to be credible. Okay, storytelling has to be credible, meaning that anything that if they are doubtful on you, you need to throw out the data and the visualization generated from the data and tell them, look, this is the facts. This is what your data is given to me. And all this story that I'm telling you is generated from the data, and this is the presentation, and this is a statistical or machine learning generated analysis, it has to make, you have to make your message stick. What it means is that you go to different companies, you deal with different type of people. And you know what is the most difficult thing for a successful data scientist to be able to convince and get them to buy in your story is to be able to do a very, very good important storytelling right in front of their face, give them the fact, show them the current situations and what they should not do and what they should be doing. All right. So your message to them has to be strong, loud, and it has to be impactful. It has to be engaging. You have to engage them in the whole entire presentation. You cannot talk to them and create a one-way communication, because that is going to be a losing battle. All right. It has to be versatile, meaning it has to be real versatile. You have to be able to change your mind, as you have to be able to switch your mind as fast as possible. You have to use real life example as quick as possible to be able to give them the analogy that you want them to be able to relate, so that they are able to kind of understand exactly what is happening. Now, a lot of research has been trying to do automatic data storytelling interpretation, but it is something very difficult, because it's not just interpreting from the number generated by the model and then just put into English or put into Bahasa Indonesia or Bahasa Malaysia and just throw it to them. It's your eyes contact. It's the tone you speak to them. It's how you present. It's showmanship. All right. It's how you get them to buy in and get them to understand what you're trying to deliver to them. So that is the benefits of storytelling, which is very much lacking. And if you check all the data science life cycle, there is no one last stage called data storytelling. That is one thing that is completely missing. All right. So that is something that is been very much talked about, but unfortunately, for whatever reasons, this is not something that being touched upon. All right. So my presentation is finished.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Prof. Lim.
Yeah.
That was a very excellent talks. It is interesting indeed. Now, before we proceed to the question and answer sessions, let me sum up first, okay, the material that you have presented in English, of course, first. Okay, so before we start the storytelling and the business analytics, what Professor Lim first introduced us with the trend and future of the business insights, right? And then we also know about the 6 V's, right? The volume, the variety, the velocity, and then the veracity, the value, and the variability. And we also know that there are sources, okay? The big data may come from business transaction and then mobile apps. And then we have also from social media, scientific research repository, sensor, yeah, etc. So most readiness level for business intelligence in Malaysia now is already in level 3. It is in divine stage, but we don't know in Indonesia yet, yeah? Okay, so the data, the term, the data is the new oil. That's also been spoken by the Dean, yeah, in the first. It sounds familiar because the trend now is how you manage the data, you will gain the benefit, right? And then we also have to know the 6 critical factors for the reliable data, which are completeness, and then consistency, conformity, accuracy, integrity, and timelines. Now we go to the storytelling. Okay, so there are 3 things, yeah, to keep in mind. The first one is accurate data, the visual appealing presentation of the data, and also the engaging narrative. Okay, so the storytelling, actually, from what I've noted here, there are 4 keywords, yeah, about the storytelling. It is the right information, appropriate visual format, most opportune time, and also the right context with the respect of industry. So those keywords actually made up the storytelling. What is, okay? What is the storytelling about? Okay, and then the person that is involved in the storytelling is actually called a data scientist. Okay, the data scientist should master the type of data story and be able to deliver to the stakeholder for a decision making, of course. And last but not least, okay, the benefit of the storytelling for your business. Yeah, we have already 6 benefits. Yeah, the person should be credible. Okay, and then the data scientist should give the the completeness, engaging narrative. And then one thing that I note here, in becoming a data scientist, don't make assumption. Okay, don't make assumption, because it is all should be based on the data and the needs of the industry. Okay, now my turn to sum up in bahasa. So jadi Bapak Ibu, tadi yang disampaikan oleh Prof. Lim dalam pidatonya terkait dengan storytelling. Ya, jadi storytelling ini tadi sempat disampaikan ada beberapa pengenalan data terkait dengan big data, ada tren masa depan, seperti apa, terutama business intelligence, kemudian ada 6V di dalam big data, ada volume, ada variasi, ada kecepatan, ya, velocity, and then veracity, kebenaran, ketelitian, kemudian ada value, nilai dari data, dan variability atau perubahan data itu sendiri. Nah, kita juga tahu, Bapak Ibu juga tahu tentunya di sini bahwa sumber dari big data itu juga sangat banyak sekarang, bisa berasal dari data transaksi bisnis, kemudian ada juga dari rekam media, dari rekam medis pasien, ya, kemudian sosial media. Ya, sekarang ini sosial media yang tadi disampaikan oleh Prof. Lim, ada TikTok, ada Facebook, ada YouTube, dan lain-lain. Kemudian juga dari sensor tentunya, ya. Dan yang kita tahu juga sekarang, most of us ada research repository, itu juga yang sering kita lihat, ya. Tadi juga dinyatakan oleh Din, oleh Pak Dekan, juga disampaikan sempat ada terminologi baru bahwa data adalah minyak baru gitu ya, data is the new oil gitu. Itu juga yang sempat disampaikan oleh Presiden Jokowi ya akhir-akhir ini, bahwa data adalah jenis kekayaan baru, ya kan, lebih berharga dari minyak itu sendiri. Kenapa? Karena itu kita mesti mengolah data dengan baik sehingga kita bisa mendapatkan benefit dari sana. Nah, untuk bisa mendapatkan benefit ada beberapa hal yang mesti kita pahami, ada 6 faktor yang mesti kita perhatikan supaya data itu tetap reliable. Yang pertama adalah keutuhan data, konsistensinya, konfirmasinya, akurasi, integritas, dan waktu. Ya, Bapak Ibu. Nah, kemudian dilanjutkan dengan storytelling, bagaimana menjaga keakuratan data, membuat presentasi data yang menarik, ya, supaya stakeholder paham, kemudian bagaimana memberikan narasi yang kalau dalam tanda kutip nyambung gitu ya, narasi yang nyambung. Jadi ketika kita bicara tentang storytelling ada 4 keyword, ada 4 kata kunci Bapak Ibu. Jadi yang pertama adalah harus ada informasi yang tepat, format yang tepat, waktunya juga pas gitu ya. Kemudian diberikan pada target industri yang memang tepat juga. Oke, nah sehingga storytelling itu sendiri dapat diartikan bahwa satu kegiatan untuk dapat memberikan informasi dengan format yang dibutuhkan pada saat yang tepat untuk target industri yang sesuai. Ya, seperti yang akan dilakukan kepada teman-teman dari usaha kecil dan menengah ini, ya. Seperti apa nanti si storytelling ini bisa bermanfaat untuk meningkatkan bisnis atau usaha kita ke depan. Nah, tentunya siapa sih yang bisa melakukan storytelling itu? Ada yang disebut namanya data scientist atau ilmuwan data, Bapak Ibu ya. Nah, seorang ilmuwan data ini harus memiliki kemampuan, kompetensi, skill untuk bisa menguasai tipe datanya. Nah, dia akan bisa membawakan menyampaikan, telling kepada ownernya atau kepada stakeholdernya dalam melakukan pengambilan keputusan sehingga tentunya dapat meningkatkan bisnisnya ke depan seperti apa. Okay, so that's all wrap up my summing up. Okay, very quite long. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You're welcome, Prof. So I will invite the audience to participate in the question and answer session, please. Is there any? I see that there are so many questions here, Prof, for you.
Yeah, I can see that there is.
Okay. So first is from our lecture from Faculty of Computer Science, Mercu Buana University, from Pak Anis, ya. Apakah pengalaman dan profesi sebagai dosen di bidang ilmu komputer bisa menjadi modal awal dalam menjadi storyteller yang baik? Okay, so in your opinion, Prof. Lim, is it the experience and then our profession as a lecturer itself in our field here in the computer science, and also we know about the data mining, the big data evolution. Can it make us to become a good storyteller in this case? I mean, what do you think?
Okay, the lecturers are basically people who are being well, should I call them? We are being well trained, all right, to present things in front of people. All right. So the communication skills and the ability to actually do a good presentation, we have got a lot of good exposure. All right. So, for example, if a computer science lecturer who is able to deliver good lectures, for example, that's very motivating and very engaging, they are always good candidate to be groomed up so that they can become a good data storyteller. Okay, but of course, you and me know that there are some lecturers not as good presenter as well. So I would believe that certain lecturers who are able to do the engaging talk in front of students as well as in front of their peers, I'm pretty sure they are very good candidates for data storyteller.
Okay, so what you're saying is to become a good storyteller, okay, it can be from lectures, of course, but they should have a good communication skill, right? Yeah. And then they also have to possess, how to present a good, in a good way about sense of this, about the industry itself, right?
Right.
Okay, so tenang aja Pak Anis, jadi sebagai dosen tentunya di Fakultas Ilmu Komputer kita sudah punya bekal gitu ya. Kita sudah punya bekal karena kita sudah biasa untuk present dan kita harus punya communication skill yang bagus gitu untuk bisa memberikan narasi-narasi yang engaging kepada stakeholder. Seperti itu. Okay. Second question, this is from students Raihan Nugroho Jauhari. Morning, Professor Lim. Hopefully, it is still relevant to the topic data storytelling. Okay, if we are a company that produce a lot of transaction data and then we develop it into big data, how can we monetize it into profit, but still prioritize customer privacy data? And what is the most likely way to monetize our big data?
Let's start with the monetize it into the profit. Let's take a very simple example. If you are looking at a company who is having, say, for example, 5,000 transactions per month. All right. Now, all these data are basically very important data. How do you monetize it? Is, for example, you're able to monitor, for example, what are the products in these 5,000 transactions every single month? Which one of them is fast-moving product? What are the products that are slow-moving products? So as a company, how do you monetize the data? From transaction data, you can look at if, for example, you are able to see that the data that you accumulate over month after month, you are able to monitor, for example, fast-moving and slow-moving products in your company. You will know that what to order most, what not to order for the next upcoming months. Now, this is to help you to cut costs. Okay? Now, and you don't want to buy or stock up products that is not fast moving, because any products that come in, it's either it will expire over time, or it will expire, or it will become not welcome by a lot of audiences. So, so a very simple example is that you can cut down your costs. So when you can cut down your costs, you basically are making money. All right, that's first thing. Second thing is that you don't need so much of space to hold your data, your products. Warehouse is very costly.
Yeah.
Right. A lot of company, if they can, they want to look at the need of the product maybe 2 days or 3 days before they want to sell this product. So what they can get is that if you can actually do a consistent monitoring and tell this business owner, this product, 3 days from today, people want it. And that is what we are doing for one of our master students. They are trying to look at how much advertising fund can be translated into a revenue. So when they want to advertise in Facebook, what they want to know is that, can you tell me if I put in 100,000 down the line and now 2 months or 3 months, which one of this month and what products, what brand, what sizes of bottle should I be advertised so that I get the most people to buy this kind of product and packaging. So this is something that is very common in the business world. All right, especially in big company, you know, $100,000 advertising fund, it's easily gone. So if they do not generate sales, I suppose next year is either he is in the company but don't get any more fund, or he's no more with the company because he's not able to generate revenue. The second question is, but still prioritize customer pricing. Okay, this is a very sensitive question. I think everyone here cross-selling and upselling. All right, cross-selling, it's if I am a company called Sunway Group, for example, I have property business arm, I have the education business arm, I have the entertainment business arm, I have the shopping mall. Now, cross-selling is that, can I use data in Sunway University to encourage the parent of the student to buy property? So this is a very sensitive question. And you know what? It never happened because of the Privacy Data Act. They are not allowed to know the name, the age, the gender, and everything else. So to answer your questions, cross-selling and upselling, it's something that a lot of companies want to materialize, but it's so difficult because of the Privacy Data Act. All right, so you know, in Malaysia, you heard many occasions, Maxis data, all right, all the subscribers, suddenly, people call you, right? Because somebody steal, okay, and sell a few thousand, a few hundred of thousands of these so-called subscribers to a particular company in exchange for many hundred of thousands of ringgit. So it's unethical and you're not supposed to do that. So a lot of data analytic insights web portal, they never advertise, they never show the source of the original data. They only show you insights, meaning they only show you the end result. They will never show you where it's coming from, who they're taking it from, because that is the so-called agreement they agree between the data generator or any social media platform and the end users and the intermediate so-called the insights generator, the company that generate the insights. So I think it's kind of difficult. No company would allow this to happen. All right. So you better don't do that. Otherwise, you will end up like a company in Cambridge. You become famous person or you become famous company. Okay.
Okay.
And Facebook also get themselves in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nowadays, Facebook face a lot of trouble because of this data privacy, yeah, Prof. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So tadi pertanyaannya adalah kalau kita perusahaan yang memiliki banyak data transaksi data, kemudian kita mengembangkannya menjadi big data, bagaimana cara untuk mencari uang kali ya, memonetize jadi keuntungan. Tadi yang disampaikan oleh Prof. Lim sangat relevan, gampang sekali bicara masalah profit ya, ketika kita tahu mana yang produk yang cepat terjual sama yang lama terjual gitu kan bisa kelihatan. Nah itu juga tergantung pada bisa juga menyangkut pada space, karena orang kalau beli produk taruh di gudang, di warehouse itu juga cost a lot of money of course. Nah dengan menggunakan data ini kita juga jadi bisa lebih well prepared. Kemudian juga bicara tentang advertising juga seperti itu ya, jadi bisa lebih spesifik gitu kan, seperti apa yang produk-produk yang mau disampaikan, mau ditawarkan gitu. Sehingga memang di sini cerita tentang profit tidak selalu profit dari out of the product gitu ya, tapi bagaimana cara untuk bisa mendapatkan profit dari data itu sendiri. Kemudian tadi kalau bicara tentang privacy ya, data privacy itu memang sangat sulit. Kenapa? Karena memang tidak semua juga bisa, makanya kalau di Malaysia itu tadi kasus-kasusnya sudah ada disebutkan oleh Prof. Lim, dan memang sebaiknya tidak disebutkan datanya, tetapi kalau memang mau dihasilkan sesuatu dari sana, mungkin bisa disampaikan resultnya. Gitu. Okay, I think thank you Raihan for the question, Prof. Lim for the answer, and we go on to the next questions from Ibu Prastika, our moderator, our MC today. Morning, Professor Lim. Hopefully, it is still relevant to the topic data storytelling. If we are a company that produces a lot of transaction, oh, that's by Raihan. Okay. Okay. So yeah. That's the same. That's the same actually. Now this is from Chandra. Chandra from Indonesia. Is written storytelling still relevant in this audio-video era?
I think I've give him the answer. Okay, the audio, it's still because as far as the business, for example, you know, the call center, for example, they when you actually call into some bank or insurance company, what they actually tell you is that you will be recorded, all right, for training purposes or whatever. Now, actually, a lot of time, all these audio are being transcribed, all right, into text. To be honest, of course, I've heard a lot of people are saying that text transcribe, it's very accurate, but it may not be so accurate if, for example, you are using local slang. It's not going to be possible for many software to transcribe. But to a certain extent, text can be transcribed from the audio. It's still possible in certain countries, for example, English-speaking countries like UK, US, Australia, New Zealand. They usually, communicate in, because their mother tongue is English anyway. But for countries like Malaysia, for example, you have multi-racial, for example, you have Chinese, you have Malay, you have Indian, you have a lot of minority group, primitive. Sometimes we actually put many different languages in one single sentence. And this is the big project that KOKOPI is working on now. What we are trying to do is that we collect a lot of these social media texts and we try to build the Malaysian lexicon, because without this, then it is not possible for you to transcribe from the audio. As far as video and images is concerned, I think we still have a very long way to go in terms of how to actually transcribe with the audio and video and it is relevant to, for example, a particular business domain, because it is not easy to do that, all right? Because it is difficult for a business operator to be able to engage by a very pure mechanical type of translation from whatever the source is into something that more relevant to the listener. It's a bit difficult because all these are human relevant, all right? Using machine to actually do that, it's a bit boring until one day AI can do something that can, present something that is so interesting and motivating. Until one day AI can do that. Korea, if I'm not mistaken, they are trying to put a AI robot to do the news presentation, for example. If you look at it, it's okay, it's a young lady, but when you see a news broadcaster talking to the audiences, you can see that they are very engaging. They are very live, right? But a robot is basically reading news is fine, but if you try to get buy-in from business owner, I think it's still a long way to go. So whether it's audio video, which is a lot more long way to go, text to be extracted from, transcribed from the audio, it's possible, but how to do the engaging part of it, that is very challenging. I think humans still like human to be there to explain.
Agree.
All right. I don't know whether AI can reach that that level. One of these days. Maybe it will. We don't know. Hopefully, AI is not going to be smarter than us.
Okay, so you said that for the audio, it's still possible, yeah? Possible to have the written storytelling, because we can also transcribe the audio to the text-based, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Jadi sangat masih bisa relevan ya, Chandra ya. So don't worry. Okay. Next question, Prof. Next questions, which is more important, whether storytelling or mapping? For example, wordly map in the making of business strategy. Which is more important?
I have not tried
storytelling or mapping.
Yeah. Okay, I've not tried this before, but it looks like it is something that, like mind map, you can kind of put everything in the context and draw it visually. I think it's quite possible, but I have not tried that before in terms of using this particular mapping. If I'm not mistaken, it is very much like the mind map kind of thing. All right.
Yeah.
Sometimes I actually use mind map to explain, because it's a lot more easier and a lot more user-friendly to explain, rather than those so-called the boring graph. All right. Because for business people, they are able to accept mind mapping. Okay, they feel very comfortable. They feel very, very happy about it. Okay, graph and histogram, it's beautiful, but mind mapping sometimes is a lot more easier to present what we are trying to tell them. All right. So if this wordly map it's something similar to mind map, then I think yes, it would be very, very helpful.
So actually, it is kind of tools that we can use. I mean, the mind map, the wordly map, okay, in the making of business strategy, right, Prof? But of course, the data that support, the wordly map itself, it should come from a skill that the storytelling has to do, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I think both of them are important, right, in the making of business strategy. Okay. So Arif Diwianto, jadi kira-kira begitu ya. Sebenarnya kalau dibilang mana yang lebih penting, dua-duanya penting juga gitu ya dalam penyusunan sebuah strategi bisnis gitu. Jadi bahkan si wordly map-nya ini juga harus disupport oleh skill dari storytelling itu untuk membuat data-datanya lebih relevan, lebih tadi ada waktu dan lain-lain gitu. Okay, so next questions, it's from Irfan. From the skills that already explained to be storytellers, what is Professor Lim's opinion? Is it data owner or data steward that more capable to be storyteller, or the developers? Thank you.
Okay, if the data owner is having the skill, the technical skill, for example, I have actually met some business owner. They themselves are technically sound. All right. Now, they are very, very technically sound. They are from the engineering discipline, and they are running businesses. Now, of course, for them to be able to understand and for them to be able to explain, it's a lot more easier compared to us, where we have to understand the business, we have to understand the problem, we have to understand their industry. Of course, if you are the business owner, you are the data owner, and you have the technical background and with a little bit of understanding on the data science discipline, you definitely can explain a lot more better than us. All right. So that is definitely natural for them. Okay. So if that's the case, then of course, you as a data storyteller, you have a good job, because you don't have to try very hard, because he himself is able to comprehend and make life easy for you to be explaining this to them.
Okay, so what you're saying, Prof, is if you are a data owner, you have the technical skill, and also you know about the data, about the transaction. So yeah, you might be a good storyteller, right?
Yep.
Jadi ya, seperti itu, Irfan. Okay, we go on to the next questions. It is from Yanti Faradila. Next from Yanti, Prof. Okay. Thanks for your presentation, Professor Lim. My name is Yanti Faradila. I am PhD student now and lecturer, but I have a coffee business also. Wow. Okay. I interested for marketing and SME. Maybe we can collaborate or write a journal about marketing and SME.
Of course.
I get your email.
I just put my email there, so you can send me anything that you have in mind. We work with, besides your university, we also work with BINUS, with a few other Indonesia university as well. We also work with some university in Philippines. So the knowledge is something that we like to share as much as possible. So send me an email anytime, no problem.
Okay, Prof. Thank you very much.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, so that's all for the question from the chat board. Is there any questions from the audience? More questions? Aside from the chat board, please. Questions, perhaps from our beloved students or lecturers. Here we also have Dr. Wong. Welcome, Dr. Wong. Any more questions from the audience? Okay, so I think there is no more questions, Prof, for you.
Thank you.
No questions. Okay, so there are no questions. Okay, so we will wrap up for our talks for the first sessions today, Professor Lim. Is there any insight or feedback from you, Prof, regarding this matter? Please.
I think from my point of view, I think from the collaboration that I work together with my student in Indonesia, I think the Indonesia group of company are moving rather quick into the big data and to data analytics. I think this is a good sign. Okay. And Indonesia should generate more young blood to actually handle these particular sections. Every week I have an online chat with two Indonesian programmer. One is from data science background. The other one is from software engineering from Jakarta. I can see that they are very, very passionate and they're very patient. They have the, I think they learn very quick. All right. Actually, I invite two of my other peers to every week to actually have an online discussion with them. And my student, who is the boss of the company, I think he also learned very quick. When I taught him, that was back 20 years ago. And now I think he's almost 45. At that time, there is no such thing as data analytics. It's only business intelligence and AI, and that's about all, right? So to him, it's a new area that his company is going. He's doing quite well. The first project that I help him so that he can learn something, it's with I can't remember the group company that is representing Toyota car in Indonesia. Toyota cars, and there are a lot of different brands represented by this particular group of company. So I did one small little So they enjoyed it. They said, "Wow, analytics is so interesting." And now he's going big time, going in a big way into the analytic world. I think last year he closed 2 analytic projects.
Okay.
So it's good sign. And he's training up the students. So every week, me and our 2 peers of mine, we have discussion online with the 2 programmers in Indonesia. And I can see that, we need a lot of young people into the world of data analytics and AI. That is definitely, if he can close 2 big businesses in 1 year, I think it's important. I think a lot of companies are going into that particular direction.
So, young people, Prof, underline, bold, young people. Okay, here should be involved a lot in our in this project, right? In this big data and business analytics things, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so marvelous. Thank you very much, Prof. Let's conclude our expert talks for morning session.
Thank you.
And thank you, Professor Lim, for the wonderful speech and materials that you have shared to us.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the audience. And Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Please give a big applause for Prof. Lim and his speech. Thank you. And back to MC.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Devi, and also Professor Lim. We definitely learned a lot from it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, actually, we're going to have a break first till 1 p.m. So please come back to our meeting room again at the same link that you already get, and see you after 1 hour.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're going to have another topic regarding the business analytic also. The second topic will be data science socialization and training from utilization of big data for micro, medium, small, medium enterprises by Dr. Desinta Arofa Devi from INTI University Malaysia. And also we're going to have also from Dr. Louis Patino. I'm sorry. It's from University of Reading, United Kingdom. Ya, jadi teman-teman jangan lupa untuk berbagi dengan kami di room yang sama, masih dengan link yang sama. Nanti jam 1 siang kita akan break dulu, dan nanti juga akan ada paparan dari Pak Wawan Gunawan mengenai partnership program dengan UMKM. Ya, kita mulai lagi jam 1 ya. See you after 1 hour. Yeah, thank you, Hafiz. Thank you, Berliana. So we're going to start anytime soon, but I think we need to wait a bit more time to, well, I think some of our participants still try to connect with us. So wait. Okay, we are already 90 participants. Well, so hope all of you enjoy our first topic before. Ya, jadi kalau tadi kita sebagai owner bisnis ya, kita as UMKM di sini. Kalau tadi karena kita yang punya data, berarti kita bisa juga menggunakan tools-nya untuk jadi data scientist juga untuk melihat pasar kita bagaimana. Wah, itu keren sih. Jadi as owner, as also data science, yeah, there is a lot of easy tools for us to use it. But first of all, thank you for coming back to me, coming back to our meetings session today. Oh, I see Andrea also. Hi, Andrea. Yeah, I should, well, but I think another international student already not coming yet here, but it's okay. Maybe they will catch up later on. Maybe they still take a lunch. So we're going to open up, we're going to start it in 3 minutes more. Again, thank you for opening up your camera and mute your microphone. Well, glad to see you all here. Ya, terima kasih sudah hadir kembali bersama kami. Ya, sesi berikutnya itu akan ada 2 pembicara lagi dengan topik yang masih seputar data science juga. Pembicara kita ada satu dari Malaysia dan satu lagi dari UK, United Kingdom or England. Ya, begitulah. Keren kan? Jadi mari kita gunakan kesempatan ini sebaik-baiknya untuk mendapat sesuatu pengetahuan yang baru yang nantinya bisa untuk kita aplikasikan dalam kehidupan sehari-hari kita. Terutama untuk yang UMKM, untuk yang melakukan bisnis. Okay, so again, welcome again everyone, ladies and gentlemen, friends and colleagues all over Indonesia, and also we have not only from Indonesia, actually. Okay. Yeah, I think before I have student from Pakistan also they're coming up, but I think gone already. Yeah. But okay, well, teman-teman dari UMKM. Terima kasih sudah hadir kembali bersama kami. Okay, so yeah, again, I will start this afternoon session. But hope all of you still there with me until the last topic that we're going to have. But before we going to start, sebelum kita mulai, I would like to welcome Mr. Wawan Gunawan to give a short explanation about partnership program with small medium enterprises. Ya, jadi sebelum kita mulai, saya untuk Pak Wawan akan menjelaskan program kerjasama dengan UMKM. Pak Wawan.
Baik, terima kasih Bu Prastika. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pertama saya ucapkan terima kasih kepada Bu Dr. Devi Fitriana, lalu kepada Pak Dr. Mujiono Sadikin, dan juga kepada Bu Dr. Ida Nur Haida. Dan tidak lupa juga saya ucapkan terima kasih kepada Bapak Ronald selaku yang bertindak sebagai Koperasi Komunitas Kopi Indonesia atau KOKOPI, yang saat ini kita menjalankan partnership dengan KOKOPI dan juga UMKM yang ada di Kelurahan Palmerah. Baik, pada sesi kali ini saya ingin coba menjelaskan tentang program nanti pendampingan kita terhadap pelaku usaha hasil. Ya, sebelumnya perkenalkan terlebih dahulu, saya adalah Wawan Gunawan. Mohon maaf sebelumnya. Bagi Bapak Ibu pelaku UKM dan juga para peserta, mungkin sudah mengenal saya melalui nama saja di WA Group masing-masing kelompok. Nah, dari hasil registrasi pelaku UMKM di sini terdaftar lokasinya di banyak wilayah di Indonesia. Di antaranya ada yang dari Bandung, Bekasi, Malang, Surabaya, Semarang, Kudus, Purworejo, Jakarta, Tangerang, dan biasa sekali hasil kerjasama dengan Pak Ronald dari KOKOPI. Sekali lagi kami ucapkan terima kasih atas support dari teman-teman KOKOPI. Lalu berikutnya, dari hasil registrasi tersebut didapatkan juga kategori dari UMKM tersebut. Ada yang bergerak di bidang fashion, ada food and beverage, ada kedai kopi, ada minuman tradisional atau juga herbal, ada dari retail, media cetak, jasa konsultan, jasa salon, jasa sablon, salon, dan juga yang lainnya. Ya, ini dari hasil register pada Google Form yang telah di-share. Lalu berikutnya, tahun berdirinya pun bermacam-macam. Ada yang mulai dari tahun 1998, lalu setelah itu loncat ke tahun 2003 sampai dengan 2021, dan juga dari pelaku UMKM ini ada yang akan memulai. Insya Allah terkabul. Ini dari form registrasi. Lalu pada pemaparan ini untuk apa sih teman-teman di UMB ini ngerangkul teman-teman dari UMKM, atau tujuannya untuk tridharma kami di perguruan tinggi. Lalu nanti dari jumlah yang terdaftar saat ini ada 55 UMKM, maka yang akan kita ikut sertakan dulu nanti dalam proses pendampingan, ya, ini kita pilih dari 3 kategori. Yang tadi sudah disebutkan, kategori yang sudah mendaftar, nanti ada form kuesioner lagi yang akan kami sebarkan ke Bapak Ibu sekalian. Nanti tolong difokuskan kepada hal-hal yang ada di kategori UMKM ini, agar kami melakukan proses mappingnya tidak terlalu sulit. Di sini ada fashion, food and beverage atau F&B, kedai kopi, lalu minuman tradisional atau herbal. Tadi ada yang memilih herbal, maka bolehlah diketikkan minuman tradisional. Lalu ada di retail, media cetak, jasa konsultan, jasa sablon, salon, ya. Ini nanti yang Ibu Bapak fokuskan untuk mengisi kuesioner. Nah, dari 3 kategori yang kami pilih nanti, maka dalam satu kategori tersebut nanti akan ada masing-masing 5 UMKM. Jadi total yang akan kita laksanakan terlebih dahulu sebanyak 15 UMKM. Dari 15 UMKM ini masuk ke dalam 3 kategori. Nah, berikutnya setelah nanti 15 UMKM dari 3 kategori ini terpilih, nantinya kami akan melaksanakan pendampingan. Pendampingan yang kita laksanakan ini nanti akan dilakukan secara online, karena saat ini pandemi COVID masih terus meningkat, maka sesuai dengan instruksi dari Ristek Dikti, maka pembelajaran atau apapun aktivitas dilakukan secara online. Lalu berikutnya, karena kami di program studi Teknik Informatika pada Fakultas Ilmu Komputer Universitas Mercu Buana, maka kami akan melakukan pendampingan dari pemanfaatan Microsoft Excel. Ya, dari pemanfaatan Microsoft Excel, karena masih juga suka ditemukan bahwa pelaku UMKM ini masih melakukan pencatatan secara manual. Jadi kita manfaatkan Microsoft Excel untuk melakukan pencatatan terhadap data-data yang Bapak Ibu miliki. Nah, nantinya rencana ke depan setelah 15 kelompok UMKM ini selesai kami dampingi, maka nanti tahapan berikutnya kita akan memilih lagi pelaku UMKM yang berikutnya. Jadi buat Bapak Ibu yang saat ini sudah terdaftar di 55 pendaftar saat webinar ini, maka jangan berkecil hati jika nanti belum terpilih di sesi yang pertama. Nah, berikutnya, bagaimana kami bisa memilih, bisa menentukan pendampingan, maka kami akan menyebarkan kuesioner kepada Bapak Ibu untuk dilakukan proses pengisian. Nah, ini dalam memilih khalayak tersebut. Selanjutnya, di sini kami akan menginformasikan setelah dari 15 kelompok UMKM yang terpilih nantinya, kami akan melakukan pendampingan. Di sini yang pertama dari 15 tersebut, kami akan melakukan proses wawancara atau kita tukar pikiran. Kira-kira masalahnya apa sih yang Bapak Ibu pelaku UMKM ini ketemui? Pertama, kami akan melakukan identifikasi masalah dari kejadian yang pernah Bapak dan Ibu temukan. Lalu setelah identifikasi masalah ini kami dapatkan, kami tim dari Teknik Informatika, Fasilkom, akan melakukan diskusi kembali. Kira-kira solusinya apa nih yang akan kita tawarkan terhadap pelaku UMKM, khususnya dalam bidang Teknik Informatika. Setelah kami mendapatkan solusi yang akan ditawarkan, kita akan ketemu lagi dengan Bapak Ibu yang 15 pertama terpilih. Kita akan diskusikan, ini loh solusi yang kami tawarkan untuk Bapak Ibu dalam melaksanakan proses UMKM-nya. Nah, setelah itu, setelah solusi yang kami tawarkan, tahapan berikutnya nanti kami akan melakukan pendampingan. Kami akan melakukan pendampingan untuk Bapak Ibu berdasarkan dari hasil identifikasi masalah yang di sesi pertama sudah kami dapatkan dari Bapak Ibu. Ya, jadi nanti pada saat melakukan pengisian kuesioner, harapan kami, Bapak Ibu, mengisi sesuai dengan kategori, sesuai dengan isian yang kami minta. Nah, ini adalah jadwal pendampingan yang akan kami lakukan, dan pendampingan ini tadi sudah saya informasikan akan dilaksanakan secara online. Ya. Lalu berikutnya, dari kuesioner yang akan kami kirimkan ke Bapak Ibu pelaku UMKM, di sini kami meminta biodata UMKM Bapak atau Ibu, nanti di situ ada nama pemilik sesuai dengan registrasi, nama UMKM sesuai dengan registrasi di awal, lalu kategori UMKM nanti difokuskan pada slide yang awal tadi saya informasikan. Lalu berikutnya Bapak Ibu juga mengisi alamat. Alamat ini tujuannya agar kita bisa melakukan mapping terhadap wilayah Bapak Ibu sekalian. Karena tadi saya sudah informasikan bahwa Bapak ada yang dari Malang, Surabaya, Ponorogo, Semarang, Kudus, dan lain sebagainya. Jadi nanti kita akan lakukan mapping untuk alamat Bapak Ibu sekalian. Lalu berikutnya Bapak Ibu bisa mencantumkan nomor handphone juga. Nah, tujuannya agar kami bisa menghubungi Bapak Ibu. Kalau saat ini ada yang di WA Group, maka kami akan mudah untuk menghubungi Bapak dan Ibu sekalian. Lalu berikutnya ada email. Di situ kami mintakan email agar kita bisa berkomunikasi selain menggunakan handphone. Dan juga kami butuh informasi kira-kira kapan ini didirikan. Kalau tadi di awal saya sudah informasikan, ada yang mendirikan UMKM ini sejak tahun 98, lalu ada yang di tahun 2003, 2007 sampai dengan 2001, dan juga ada yang baru berencana untuk memulai usaha. Ya, ini kuesioner pertama dari biodata ini kami butuhkan. Lalu berikutnya, ini yang lebih fokus lagi. Di sini kami ingin tahu, pertama, Bapak Ibu ini pernah mengenal nggak dengan yang namanya Microsoft Excel? Ya, nanti kita akan mapping di sini. Lalu berikutnya, jika pernah mengenal Microsoft Excel, formula apa yang pernah digunakan? Ya, formula apa yang pernah digunakan? Ada sum, ada average, ada if, dan lain sebagainya. Bapak Ibu silakan masukkan saja formula yang pernah Bapak Ibu gunakan. Lalu berikutnya, karena kita bermain dengan data, nanti alangkah lebih baiknya jika saat penggunaan Excel untuk menampilkan data-data untuk membuat suatu laporan, maka dibutuhkanlah grafik. Ya, maka dibutuhkanlah grafik. Nah, di sini pun saya ingin bertanya juga kepada Bapak Ibu dari kuesioner tersebut. Grafik apa saja yang pernah Bapak Ibu buat? Ya, entah itu bar, entah itu pie, entah itu line, dan seterusnya. Silakan Bapak Ibu pun masukkan di dalam kuesioner tersebut. Nah, selanjutnya di kuesioner bagian berikutnya yang memang biasanya UMKM lakukan, entah itu dalam melakukan pencatatan inventory atau melakukan pencatatan keuangan, ini secara seperti apa Bapak Ibu mencatat inventory dan laporan keuangan? Apakah masih dilakukan secara manual? Secara manual ini dalam artian Bapak Ibu menulis dalam buku, kalau di akuntansi ada buku yang besar, ukuran folio, apakah Bapak Ibu masih mencatat di buku folio tersebut, atau mungkin masih mencatat secara manual di buku Big Boss. Nah, itu nanti silakan masukkan masih mencatat secara manual. Lalu selanjutnya, Bapak Ibu pun boleh memilih menggunakan Excel. Jadi selama ini ada UMKM yang memang sudah memanfaatkan Excel, tapi masih berantakan, masih semaunya aja, belum dilakukan berdasarkan tujuan. Ya, Kalau kita berbicara inventory, pasti butuhnya kita ingin tahu nih, item A ini stok saat ini seberapa banyak, seberapa besar. Ya, maka silakan Bapak pilih menggunakan Excel kalau sudah memanfaatkan Excel, walaupun masih berantakan. Ya, lalu pilihan ketiga, ada juga UMKM yang memang sudah menggunakan aplikasi. Ya, aplikasi saat ini mungkin sudah ada yang memang lumayan murah, ya. Mungkin Bapak Ibu masih bisa menggunakan aplikasi tersebut atau sudah menggunakan aplikasi tersebut. Jadi kalau sudah menggunakan aplikasi berbayar tersebut, silakan Bapak Ibu pilih telah menggunakan aplikasi berbayar. Atau juga ada aplikasi yang sifatnya masih free, Bapak Ibu boleh juga menggunakan aplikasi yang free tersebut. Atau kalau tidak ada pilihan dari keempat yang sudah ditentukan, Bapak Ibu boleh pilih yang lainnya. Sesuaikan dengan kondisi usaha Bapak Ibu saat ini. Apakah melakukan pencatatan tersebut masih secara manual, atau sudah menggunakan Microsoft Excel, atau sudah menggunakan aplikasi berbayar, atau menggunakan aplikasi free, atau yang lainnya. Ini nanti Bapak Ibu saya minta untuk mengisinya. Nah, selanjutnya Bapak Ibu untuk mengisi kuesioner tersebut boleh langsung di sini atau saya share juga. Boleh langsung ke bit.ly/questionnaire-pkm-data science. Oke, ini kuesioner yang bisa Bapak Ibu lakukan. Boleh dilakukan saat ini sambil saya share untuk kuesionernya. Oke, sudah nampak ya layar saya. Oke, di sini kami minta biodata Bapak Ibu. Silakan isikan nama, lalu berikutnya nama UMKM Bapak Ibu, lalu berikutnya kategori UMKM, lalu alamat UMKM Bapak Ibu, lalu berikutnya alamat email Bapak Ibu, lalu juga nomor handphone, serta tahun berdiri. Nah, di sini di kategori peserta, bagi Bapak Ibu yang UMKM, silakan pilih UMKM. Oke. Kan ini Bapak pilih UMKM, lalu selanjutnya di next. Oke. Selanjutnya Bapak Ibu silakan pilih apakah sudah mengenal Microsoft Excel. Pilihannya ada iya dan tidak. Silakan Bapak Ibu sesuaikan dengan keseharian Bapak Ibu. Lalu di sini formula apa saja yang pernah digunakan dalam Microsoft Excel? Silakan diisikan. Jika lebih dari 5 pun silakan diisikan di isian ini. Lalu selanjutnya jenis grafik apa saja yang pernah digunakan? Silakan disebutkan. Bapak Ibu pernah membuat grafik dalam bentuk apa saja? Lalu berikutnya yang digunakan untuk melakukan pencatatan inventory masih secara manual kah? Menggunakan Excel kah? Aplikasi berbayar kah? Aplikasi secara gratis kah? Atau yang lainnya? Yang lainnya ini bisa dipilih misalkan Bapak Ibu tidak melakukan pencatatan apapun. Jadi Bapak Ibu jualan ya jualan aja. Seperti itu. Ya. Boleh dipilih demikian. Lalu pun demikian dengan pencatatan pembukuan. Bapak Ibu biasanya ketika mencatat pembukuan keuangan, uang masuk atau uang keluar, ini masih dilakukan secara manual kah? Sudah menggunakan Microsoft Excel kah? Sudah menggunakan aplikasi berbayar kah? Atau aplikasi yang gratis? Atau bahkan Bapak Ibu tidak mencatat uang yang dibelanjakan berapa, uang yang masuk berapa. Jadi tidak tahu nih untung ruginya usaha yang Bapak Ibu tekuni selama ini. Nah, setelah selesai ini, Bapak Ibu silakan pilih tombol submit. Di sini. Nah, dari hasil ini nanti kami akan melakukan proses mapping. Ya, dan ini sudah ada 5 yang mengisi. Silakan Bapak Ibu yang lainnya kami tunggu untuk segera mengisi kuesioner ini agar kita bisa segera melakukan proses mapping untuk proses pendampingan. Karena yang tadi saya informasikan bahwa kami akan melakukan pendampingan untuk 3 kategori. Masing-masing kategori itu ada 15, masing-masing kategori itu ada 5 UMKM. Jadi total yang akan kami dampingi ada 15 UMKM. Itu ya. Nanti secara teknisnya kita akan ketemu lagi untuk grup khususnya. Lalu kapan ini kita akan mulai, berapa lama proses pendampingan ini akan kita lakukan. Setelah kelompok pertama ini selesai, nantinya kami akan maju pada kelompok yang berikutnya. Ya. Silakan, sudah ada 10. Ya, sambil saya tunggu, saya stop share screen saya. Silakan Bapak Ibu, baru ada 11. Ingat tadi yang saya informasikan, ada 3 kategori yang akan kami pilih untuk dilakukan pendampingan. Dari 3 kategori tersebut ada 5 UMKM dari masing-masing kategori yang akan kita pilih. Ini kita tidak lihat Bapak Ibu dari Malang kah, dari Surabaya, dari Ponorogo, dari Semarang, dari Kudus. Karena melakukan pendampingan ini kita bisa melalui online. Ya. Jadi silakan Bapak Ibu lakukan pengisian dari kuesioner tersebut. Ya, bisa dilihat lagi dari slide presentasinya. Ini lokasi-lokasi Bapak Ibu saat mendaftar di form pendaftaran di awal. Ada yang dari Bandung, Bekasi, sambil menunggu rekan-rekan yang lainnya isi kuesioner ya. Malang, Surabaya, Semarang, Kudus, Purworejo, Jakarta, Tangerang, ada juga dari Ponorogo. Lalu berikutnya kategori yang bisa Bapak Ibu isi. Di sini ada fashion, ada food and beverage, ada kedai kopi, ada minuman tradisional, ada retail, ada media cetak, ada jasa konsultan, ada jasa sablon, ada salon. Lalu tahun berdiri, kalau dari form pendaftaran, ada yang dimulai sejak tahun 1998. Lalu berikutnya langsung loncat ke tahun 2003, hingga ada yang baru mulai merintis UMKM-nya di tahun 2021 ini. Dan juga ada Bapak Ibu yang baru berencana untuk memulai UMKM. Ya, ini yang telah terdaftar pada form registrasi yang sudah kami share beberapa hari yang lalu. Berikutnya, nanti ini yang akan kami lakukan pemilihan. Kita pilih pertama adalah 3 kategori terlebih dahulu. Dari masing-masing kategori, kami akan memilih 5 UMKM. Jadi total kita akan memilih 15 UMKM. Seperti yang tadi saya sudah sebutkan, Bapak Ibu, kami tidak melihat lokasi Bapak Ibu saat ini ada di mana. Ya, karena kami melakukan pendampingan masih secara online. Jadi Bapak Ibu yang di Surabaya, di Malang, Ponorogo, silakan isi juga kuesionernya. Lalu berikutnya, nanti kami akan dampingi Bapak Ibu secara online untuk pemanfaatan dalam Microsoft Excel misalkan. Karena masih ada beberapa UMKM yang saya temui khususnya dalam melakukan pencatatan, ada yang masih manual. Dia pakai buku besar ukuran folio atau buku ukuran seperti Big Boss gitu ya. Nah, ini masih ada yang mencatat seperti itu. Bahkan ada juga yang sudah memanfaatkan Microsoft Excel, tapi pencatatannya masih sembarangan. Ketika dia butuh kira-kira stoknya ada berapa, dia masih harus hitung secara manual. Seperti itu. Nah, ini buat pelaku UMKM sebenarnya bisa dimanfaatkan pencatatan menggunakan Microsoft Excel. Nah, rencananya kami nanti setelah melakukan pendampingan yang 15 kelompok pertama selesai, maka kami akan melakukan pendampingan untuk 15 kelompok yang berikutnya. Seperti itu. Ya, nanti untuk penjadwalan dan segala macam akan didiskusikan setelah 15 kelompok ini terpenuhi. Berikutnya, jadi nanti kepada Bapak Ibu yang telah mengisi kuesioner tersebut, silakan dipersiapkan kira-kira masalah yang pernah ditemui Bapak Ibu itu apa saja. Misalkan, oh ketika ada penjualan, saya nggak tahu nih duit yang masuk di dalam 1 bulan berapa rupiah, misalkan demikian. Atau ketika ada yang jual, ketika saya melakukan penjualan, stok yang keluar sekian, lalu saya masih bingung nih, stok saya sisanya saat ini ada berapa? Yaitu silakan Bapak Ibu pikirkan untuk masalah yang saat ini Bapak dan Ibu temui. Lalu setelah itu, setelah kita diskusi mengenai identifikasi masalah tersebut, maka kami akan mendiskusikan, kami akan bawa masalah Bapak dan Ibu ini ke tim PKM Mercu Buana, ya, khususnya di teknik informatika. Lalu dari situ nanti kita akan cari kira-kira solusi yang tepat, yang cocok untuk UMKM Bapak Ibu ini apa. Setelah kami diskusikan nantinya, kami akan ketemu lagi dengan Bapak Ibu untuk menginformasikan solusi yang kami tawarkan terhadap UMKM Bapak atau Ibu seperti ini. Setelah oke, berikutnya kami akan melakukan proses pendampingan dari hasil solusi yang telah kami tawarkan. Ya. Ini untuk proses pendampingan yang akan kami lakukan. Nah, ini proses ini sedang berjalan, sedang Bapak Ibu lakukan. Kuesionernya, ada biodata UMKM dari Bapak Ibu sekalian. Lalu berikutnya informasi mengenai pemanfaatan Microsoft Excel-nya sudah seperti apa yang Bapak Ibu lakukan. Lalu berikutnya ini lebih spesifik lagi, ketika berbicara pencatatan, entah itu pencatatan inventory, pencatatan keuangan, atau pencatatan yang lainnya, Bapak Ibu melakukannya masih secara manual kah? Atau sudah menggunakan Microsoft Excel kah? Atau sudah menggunakan aplikasi yang berbayar? Atau sudah juga menggunakan aplikasi secara gratisan? Atau belum melakukan hal tersebut sama sekali? Ketika berbicara menggunakan aplikasi berbayar, misalkan Bapak Ibu sudah memanfaatkan aplikasi Zahir Accounting misalkan, atau aplikasi Mayop misalkan, atau aplikasi Accurate. Ya, mungkin seperti itu. Jadi silakan Bapak Ibu catat sesuai dengan yang saat ini Bapak Ibu telah lakukan. Oke, bagi yang belum dapat linknya untuk mengisi kuesioner, Bapak Ibu bisa masuk ke URL bit.ly/kuesioner, K-nya harus kapital, PKM, PKM-nya kapital, /data science, D dan S-nya kapital. Ya, setelah ini nanti kita akan lakukan proses mapping dari data yang telah masuk. Oke, baik. Demikian informasi yang bisa saya sampaikan kepada Bapak Ibu sekalian. Mungkin ada yang ingin ditanyakan mengenai proses pendampingan ini. Dipersilakan.
Boleh tanya Pak, Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Pak Haji Susmayono, Pak.
Ya, silakan Pak.
Dari Koperasi Rahmat Indonesia, Kudus, Jawa Tengah. Halo Pak.
Iya, silakan.
Terkait dengan pendampingan Microsoft Excel itu. Halo Pak.
Iya, silakan Bapak.
Nah, karena saya kan selaku ketua koperasi Pak,
Iya.
yang melaksanakan personalisasi kegiatan sehari-hari itu kan kebetulan admin saya.
Betul.
Bolehkah nanti misalkan kok pada pendampingan itu nanti saya mengusulkan admin yang ikut didampingi, boleh enggak Pak itu Pak?
Jadi ini adalah
misalkan terpilih.
Iya, oke. Nah, ini sebenarnya sih pada dasarnya tidak masalah, Pak. Pada dasarnya tidak masalah, entah Bapak selaku ownernya atau Bapak mendeliver ke adminnya, Itu
Iya,
tidak
Pak.
masalah.
Baik,
Ya.
Pak. Iya, Pak. Kalau diizinkan, makasih ya, Pak. Nanti kalau memang terpilih gitu,
Iya,
nanti saya mengusulkan salah satu admin saya untuk mengikuti gitu loh, Pak.
siap Bapak.
Baik, Pak. Makasih, Pak. Itu dulu, Pak
Ya.
Wawan.
Ya, terima kasih.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mungkin ada lagi Bapak Ibu yang ingin ditanyakan? Karena kalau saya lihat pada form kuesioner yang telah Bapak Ibu isikan, ini baru di angka 21 dari 55 pendaftar. Yuk, silakan Bapak Ibu. Karena tadi sudah saya informasikan, ini kita tidak lihat, oh ini khusus wilayah Jakarta, tidak demikian. Ini khusus wilayah Tangerang pun tidak demikian. Karena yang mendaftar dari untuk kegiatan ini ada juga yang dari Lampung, ada yang dari Surabaya, ya. Ini daerah yang memang sangat jauh, khususnya Surabaya ya, Surabaya, Ponorogo, Malang, ini jauh sekali. Jadi karena kita saat ini masih melakukan pendampingan secara online, maka kesempatan itu akan Bapak Ibu dapatkan juga. Oke, ada lagi yang ingin ditanyakan? Oke, kalau tidak ada yang ingin ditanyakan, saya akhiri. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dan saya kembalikan ke MC Bu Prastika, silakan.
Oke, baiklah, terima kasih Pak Wawan. Tuh, jadi teman-teman UMKM semua tetap semangat gitu. Karena kalau untuk teman-teman dari UMKM akan ada materi yang lebih lagi nanti di sesi pendampingan. Okay, and again, thank you, Pak Wawan. So we're going to move to our second topic. But yeah, I will check it first. How are you guys there all? Tetap masih pada semangat ya. Kita masih akan belajar lagi mengenai data science. Okay, so yeah, the second topic is data science socialization and training for utilization of data science for small medium enterprises. Dr. Desinta Arofadevi from INTI University, Malaysia. And I will welcome to Dr. Puji Rahayu as moderator for today. Good afternoon, Dr. Desinta. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, clear enough.
Okay, that's great.
Dr. Puji Rahayu.
Yes. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum. Dr. Desinta.
Ya, waalaikumsalam, Dr. Puji.
Okay, then time is your ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Okay, all participants can hear my voice. I think it's okay. I would like to start this webinar. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. How are you? I hope all of you in a good health. Greetings for the respectable, the Dean of Faculty of Computer Science at Mercu Buana University, Dr. Mujiono, and the Honorable all these webinar participants. Dear participants, let me introduce myself. I'm Puji Rahayu. I'm the moderator of today's webinars. I'm delighted to see you here and welcome all of you to this event. Today's webinar's topic is about data science for business, especially for micro, small, medium enterprise, MSME. Dear participant, our speaker today is Dr. Desinta Arofa Dewi. She's the one of the lecturers at INTI International University, Malaysia. She has received her bachelor degree in Sekolah Tinggi Sains and Teknologi Indonesia, taken her master's degree at Institut Teknologi Bandung, ITB, Indonesia, and got a doctoral degree University at University of Malaysia, UMKM in Malaysia. Dr. Desinta achieved awardee in 2020 as Innovative Teaching Award at INTI International University, Malaysia. And in 2019, got 2 bronze medal in Intellectual Research and Innovation Showcase, or IRIS, and earned Best Paper Award in International Conference on Innovation and Technopreneurship in ICIT in 2019. And before the presentation begins, let me inform how this session will be going on. First, Dr. Desinta, as a speaker, will be invited to present the material about 45 minutes. And there will be question and answer session. It takes 10 until 15 minutes and followed by conclusion. Notes for the question and answer session. The participant asked to write down the question in the chat forum. Please using format name, underscore, affiliation, underscore, and question. And tell what your is question. I repeat it again. For the question and answer session, the participant asked to write down the question in the chat forum. Please using format name, affiliation, question, and write down the question. Now, allow me to welcome the speaker, Dr. Desinta Arofa Dewi, to deliver her presentation entitled Data Science Socialization and Training for Utilization of Big Data for Micro, Small, Medium Enterprise. Dr. Desinta, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Puji. Alhamdulillah. Thank you very much for the Mercu Buana University for inviting me for today. It is truly my honor to be with you all, and I'm happy to see that we have 142 participants, which is very good attendance. And one of them actually is my friend. Just now, Dr. Yaya just messaged me that he's actually joining today's session, so I'm very happy to meet him again. I and Dr. Yaya and Dr. Muji had met together in INTI is around January or February 2020, before the pandemic. Yeah, so we are talking about the possible collaboration between INTI International University and Mercu Buana University. So it is very great memory to remember. Yeah. So now it's already pandemic, so we're just meeting on time. Everything is virtual. All right, so I have been told that I need to deliver my speech in English. So I hope that my English will be clear enough for you all to follow. And then for whatever questions, it is most welcome. So basically, we just learning together. Yeah. All right, so I would like to share my slide. All right, let me clarify with you whether you are able to see my slide.
Yes, it's very clear.
Okay, all right. So I will just deliver like this. Okay, Assalamualaikum to ladies and gentlemen. It's very nice to be contacted here virtually. So for today, I would like to share with you some thoughts about data science socialization, which is quite new technology, and also the training for the utilization of big data, which is for MSME. Yeah, MSME is also a new terms that is recognized, I believe, in 2019 and 2020, and now it has been used for one of the department in India. So MSME is recognized as a micro, small, and medium enterprises. Okay. All right, so first of all, I believe that, well, I did not join the first session or second session, but I believe that all the speakers have brought some awareness about how huge data nowadays in our in this world, basically. So as you can see on the screen, we have a number of data that has been captured by social media. So if we see for this section, yeah, so basically the growth are exponential and data become valuable asset for every company, including MSME, micro, small, and medium enterprises. So you can see over here, if we go for this section is actually telling us about one day, how many data generated in the Twitter, 500 million. Every single day, yeah. Of course, it is huge amount of data that has been contributed to the internet world. And then if we move to this section is actually how many data has been captured in the Facebook. So we can see that we have 350 million photos has been captured in the Facebook for every single day by all peoples around the world. And then is about 100 million hours, yeah, people spend on the watching a video on the Facebook. Okay, so if we go to this section is actually telling you about how many billion data has been captured in the WhatsApp. Yeah, so this is in 2 billion minutes of voice call and video call has been made, and it has been generated around 65 billion of data through the WhatsApp. Yeah, we have WhatsApp, what do you call, ethical issue, not ethical, I mean privacy issue nowadays, but I do not go to that section, but we can see that the number of message that has been generated in the WhatsApp. You can imagine how many number of generated are going to be captured if the WhatsApp and Facebook are combined together. Yeah. If we go to this section, especially during the pandemic, this is where everybody using emails for their daily conversation, either in the office, yeah, whether informal or informal, for the office or else for the university, we are all using emails, yeah. And then it has been recorded that 294 billion emails are actually sent out every single day. Yeah. And then this one is actually the number of the data that has been produced, yeah, in this section by wearable device. So we are not talking about terabyte anymore. We have been talking about 28 petabyte. Yeah. So the volume and the data units has been grown as well. Yeah, especially when all the smart devices are connected together, and then some of them are embedded in the technology. So this is where the 4 terabyte has been captured for the embedded technology that can connect to our phone. Yeah, this one is usually we are talking about Internet of Things. Yeah. And then come to this section. This section is telling about the accumulated digital data universe. So ladies and gentlemen, nowadays we are not talking about terabyte or petabyte anymore, but now become zettabyte. And it is predicted by this year, the number of the data, the asset that we are having all over the world for this 2021 will reach yottabyte. Yeah. So if I may share with you, this is the data unit nowadays. So this data unit basically, yeah, some of us maybe we work towards terabyte, but nowadays for the total number of data that has been captured on the internet has been reached to zettabyte, and then it is predicted in the 2021 it is comes to the yottabyte. So this is huge number of data that we are talking about. Now, I took this from one of the website in Indonesia, Indonesian website. So I'm not sure whether this website has been updated. So I will come for the correction for this figure. But this is the one that I captured on the website that we have recognized, Indonesia have recognized about the micro and then about the small and also medium enterprises. And this is the criteria or the classification which is assigned to the micro enterprise and then small enterprise and also medium enterprise. But I welcome for any correction, yeah, because this is, I'm not sure whether the data has been updated or not. And then this website also referring to the World Bank. Okay, this is the number of the people that available or maybe has been employed by one company. So if we are talking about the micro, what do you call enterprise, yeah, the number of people that are available there is somewhere around 10 people. So this one is categorized as the micro enterprise, whereby they are less than 100,000 per year, and then also the asset is somehow 100,000, 100K, yeah, less than 100K US dollar. And then after that, in terms of the small enterprises, is around 30, yeah. So 30 number of people. Then after that, for the medium enterprises, which is it is more than small enterprises, yeah. All right. So now we are talking about SME data. So this is the data that I found over the internet, that Indonesia actually one of the highest number of SME, yeah, in Asian countries. So we can see that in Indonesia is truly outperform the other countries, yeah, Cambodia, Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand. We are outperform all of that, yeah. When we see this data, I mean, these figures, maybe we are thinking about, okay, these figures is representing number of companies available in Indonesia per 1,000 people in the Asian member states, yeah. And then this is number of SME that has been detected. But then nowadays with the data science and the big data technology, this number of SME is actually representing how many data that actually we are having. So definitely Indonesia having very large and potential data and very large potential asset that we are having and can be analyzed. So I believe that rather than the analysis performed by another country, so why not we ourselves that can perform analysis so that we can recognize our asset in Indonesia, then after that we can utilize that for our benefit, yeah. So like other multinational companies, SME also have a lot of data. Yeah, if it is processed, definitely it can provide a new insight. So we can see that how rich Indonesia country in terms of number of SME, yeah, compared to other countries in Asia. All right, because I'm in Malaysia, so I just share you a little bit SMEs in Malaysia. Malaysia also recognize micro economy, but then sometimes they combine together with the small enterprise, yeah. So over here in Malaysia, they are talking about the business establishment. And then Malaysia also declare that actually SMEs are the backbone of the economy. So everybody know about that. The startup, every startup happen in Malaysia, so they are considered as backbone of the economy. So in this sense, the government of Malaysia has been eased, in terms of loan, in terms of application. If, for example, they want to apply some loan over the banks or over another institution, it has been eased. So it is easy for every Malaysian to have a company. And then like the process is considered like 1 or 3 days. It is less than 3 days, everything going online and so on. So the government definitely recognize this. And this is where the business establishment, actually they believe SMEs are the backbone. So that's why Malaysia truly taking care of the SME in the country. Okay, so just to share with you a little bit about the micro enterprise, you can see that micro enterprise definitely is because of many startups going on, especially when it comes to the pandemic situation where everybody goes online, and then this is where around 76.5%, 76.5% actually dominated by micro enterprises. Okay. Let me see if I can use something with well. I need to see if I can do. Okay, I'm not sure if I can do. All right, so it's okay. I want to change actually my mouse. All right, then next one, we have small enterprises. It is the percentage around 21.2%. And then for the medium enterprises, actually it's quite small. It is 2.3%. The rest definitely is belong to the giant enterprises. Yeah. And then they have a little bit study on the SME itself. And then, in terms of gender, they find out that 20.6% of the SME is actually owned by, the owner is actually female. Yeah. And then the definition of the woman-owned company, it is categorized as more than 50% of the equity is actually held by a woman. And then, or else the CEO or MD, the managing director, is actually a woman with at least 10% of the equity. So this is what the study says in Malaysia regarding the SME. And then regarding the SME sectors, mostly in Malaysia, they are more towards services. So whether it is cloud technology services or whether it is e-commerce services, whether it is educational technology services, so it is for under this one, it is dominated by services. In terms of manufacturing, is around 5.3%. Yeah, the numbers of SME is around 47,000 plus. And then in terms of construction, it's around 4.3%. Agriculture is very small. If you go to Malaysia, I believe it's very difficult for you to find out about the rice field, paddy field. So it's very difficult to find out. So you need to go to the northern side of Malaysia, then only you can find about the agriculture. And then we have mining and quarrying. So it's around 0.1%. Usually it's located in the Sabah or Sarawak side of Malaysia. It's not in the peninsular Malaysia. So it is in the Sabah and Sarawak. Sabah Sarawak is together with Kalimantan Island, together with the Brunei and so on. So the mining or quarrying is actually happening mostly over there. All right, let us go to the next slide. Okay. Okay, I think I have problem here. All right. So now we talk about the challenge of the MSMEs. So the challenge that MSMEs are facing nowadays is actually the intense pressure, how to prove that actually they have potential against the giant companies. Of course, it is very understandable because MSME is startup. Maybe they do not have a solid business profile yet. Maybe they do not have branding, which is strong branding at the moment, or many things, all right? And then the MSME usually are limited, definitely, and it is constrained, such as by business scale, or else the storage, the capacity that they're having, either virtually or else physically, And then in terms of capital, they are limited, definitely, compared to the giant companies. And then in terms of security in a sense that how they can provide a privacy issue, they can face or bring the confidence to their customer that actually dealing with them is quite secure enough. Yeah, so we understand that some of the issue nowadays is coming about the security and privacy issue. Nowadays is mostly we are talking about that. Okay. Okay, now this is where the big data offers opportunity for the MSME. So what kind of the opportunity that they are having here? So big data will offer the opportunity for the small and medium businesses to analyze the data. And then in terms of their business alone, yeah, or else they want to connect with the external parties of their company. For example, suppliers, if they have so, and then partners if they have so, or else the customer. So this is big data offers the opportunity that although the MSME startup is quite small, but then using the big data, actually they can oversee many things, and then they can bring some networks and then some collaboration partners, yeah. In terms of suppliers, or maybe they want to manage in certain ways, yeah. And this is where they can grow their business once they start up on something. This is big data, what big data offers the opportunity for the MSME. So the result of this data can generate the insights that make these companies compete with the large companies. Definitely it's not a compete neck to neck, but at least they become a serious contender for the large company. We have seen so many large companies nowadays are unable to survive, yeah, due to the COVID-19 pandemics. And then we can see that there's some startups, some micro enterprises or medium enterprises, so they are now moving forward, yeah, and they are happy, quite happy with the small size of their company, but actually they can grow a lot. So maybe as a serious business model has been developed nowadays, whereby people never think about that before, yeah. So this is where everybody comes with many solutions, yeah, once we have this COVID-19 pandemic. All right, so this one is telling about the big data benefit for the small business. The benefit is that number one, yeah, we are going to see later on how we can do this benefit for the MSME. So in general, the big data offering the track outcomes for the business decision. So we understand that making decision in the company, we always make decision every single day. Once decisions are made, definitely there is no turn back. So once decision made, that's it. There is no turn back to see, to rectify whatever decision that we made. But the one that we have to taking care of is actually how to handle. Then after that, how to taking care of the consequences of our business decision. So basically the one that we have to take care once decision is made is the consequences. So once decision made, that's it. Decision made is like happen in one minute, few seconds, yeah. But the consequences, this is where the management team have to be ready, yeah, how to handle the situation, yeah. So now big data help you to track the outcome of the business decision. So this is where the business decision produce some consequences, but then you are able to see what is the impact of the decision using big data. So maybe for MSME, you can start thinking about it. Yeah, maybe it is time for you to look for the big data. Yeah. And then another one, definitely that big data, of course, when we talk about data, big data, definitely is happen when we connect to the internet. So those are the basic things. Yeah. So new business opportunities definitely is there. It depends on how we connect and then how we establish our network with the new business partner. Definitely we have to open our mind. If our business model does not suit to our partner, it doesn't mean that we cannot do some cooperation. Maybe we can grow together in anything. Yeah. So this is where we have to be open-minded. So do not feel that, okay, your business is different than mine. The model maybe At the moment, we don't have any suitable model yet, but we never know 1 year to come. We never know 2 years to come. This is what the data says. At the moment, maybe not the right time for you to expand your business, but maybe after 2 months, 3 months, 1 year, the company that you feel that not suitable to you now become very suitable to you because you have grown in certain ways. Yeah. So this is where finding new business opportunities is somehow requires technology and requires open-minded and also a positive spirit, yeah, that we want to grow our business together, right? And then another one is the cost-effective revenue generation. So later on, we are going to see how we can do this, the possibility for cost-effective revenue generation. Okay. All right. So now, just now I managed to join a session before me. I cannot remember what's the name. It is Mr. something, yeah. Sorry, I couldn't remember the name. Is sharing about Excel, yeah. So happen to be I'm speaking the same language. So we are talking about Excel. Of course, when we talk about data analytics, when we talk about big data, yeah, definitely we try to get information or some insights, yeah, about the important information that is relevant to our business. And this is where we need to. And for MSME, it's very good if the tools are actually free of charge and it is available. Usually, if we, I believe, same thing here in Malaysia, if we purchase a laptop, for example, or we purchase some of the devices, so we can ask the provider or the company that's selling the laptops to provide us with some product, for example, Microsoft product, which is a very popular, yeah. Especially here in Malaysia, Microsoft product is super popular. Everything is Microsoft, yeah. So we can say that Excel is one of the package that is attached together in the Microsoft. Excel is Microsoft. That's it. That's the technology. Usually, Excel is used to manage the internal part of our company. So I give you examples. So I just take from the internet for these examples. This is where you can control your employee salary using Excel, and then you can have a little bit of data analytics. Yeah, for example, your company's growth has been like 4 years or 5 years. This is time for you to see, yeah, what is actually the employee count that you are having. Yeah, you can see over here. The data is telling you about the employee count in terms of customer support. And then maybe you can talk, because this is the data is coming from us, but I believe it can be customized to Indonesia. And then this one also, we have an employee count, which is coming from the Los Angeles. So we can see that using Excel, we can start doing some analytic and internal consolidation. Yeah. So what's happened with our business nowadays, and then how we can utilize the free of charge. I call it free of charge because actually it's together when we bought something, right? For example, it's a laptop. So maybe you can start looking at how Excel can help you to consolidate, to see, to manage, yeah, better in terms of internal in your company, yeah. So you can see over here, you can simulate, yeah, a total employees, and then this is all the branches that you have, and then this is a department that you have, and then this is the compensation distribution by department, yeah, that you have, and this is the branches, for example, or supplier location that you are having, so you can also simulate in your Excel form. Not only consolidating internally, Excel can be used also consolidating externally. So this is where you can segment your customer. You start doing segmenting your customer. So for example, I believe just now I heard about, I think a gentleman coming from cooperation, yeah, is telling about something which is I did not join, so I'm not really sure about what's the topics about. But then we can see that for the cooperation or cooperasi in Indonesia, you can segment your potential members. How many members of cooperation that you're having now, and then how it is looks like in the past, and then compared to now. Maybe your number of members of cooperation or cooperasi It is same because you have members who are left and then you have new members who are joining. So maybe you maintain on the 300 members of corporation that you are having, but your asset is actually more than before. So this is where you start thinking on, okay, the numbers of number of members inside the corporation, maybe not about the matters, it's about how we offer the product. So I can see there's some of the corporation in Indonesia starting, for example, they are usually like Koperasi Simpan Pinjam, right? Usually, that's what I know, yeah. But I don't know, maybe they are working on something else too. And then you can see that the product can be anything. In Malaysia, one of the product is a gold. So you have gold product under corporation. It become innovative. So you can attract the members of the corporation to invest more in the corporation rather than in the Bakam, for example, for banks. This is where you can compete. But how do you know that? You know from the analytics, but you need tools to do that. So this is where you can segment your customer. You can segment your product, for example. How many people actually, for example, you have 5 products in your corporation or in your company, you start doing segmentation. Okay, what is the age? What is the location of your customer? Then after that, you do some analysis. Especially for those who are coming from the statistic background, yeah. So definitely this is like piece of cake for you to do analysis. You just need the right tool. That's all. Okay. All right. Let us go to the next one. Now, Excel can be done. What do you call? Excel can be done in a local computer. You do not need internet to do that. That's about Excel. So it's happening on the local computer. But then just say you have a company whereby internet nowadays like available in the company, and this is where you can connect to the internet. But you want something free of charge, which is reasonable for MSME to have something free. So for free of charge, you can do some free analytic platform using Google. So you can register your company. Definitely it has options whether you want to go for a free version or you want to go for the payable version. Yeah. And then this is where, although it is analytic platform are free, but actually is quite considerable enough for you to use Google Analytics, yeah, to see or to recognize how is the performance of your company. So this is the example of the interface if you use a Google Analytic platform. Okay? And this is everybody goes for Facebook. Yeah, everybody goes for Facebook. But ladies and gentlemen, now Facebook mostly dominated by some, some adult people. My students in INTI, they do not go for Facebook. They don't like Facebook. Yeah. So usually our Facebook nowadays become adult. Yeah. So some of the people maybe around, what I can say, maybe around 30 plus or 35 plus, they are preferring Facebook. But then for young people, now they have moved to different channel. Different channel, for example, like Instagram. Yeah. So we can see that some celebgram, yeah, some celebrity happening there at the Instagram. And then those celebrity actually become the accelerator for some MSME. So of course they are influencers, so they can influence their follower to purchase certain product. Yeah. And similarly with the Facebook, so although Facebook only for old people, my students say, Miss, do you have Facebook? Yes, I say I do have Facebook. Miss, actually Facebook is for old people. Well, unfortunately your lecturer is all here. I mentioned like that, because they prefer a more towards Instagram, which is fine. But most of the company, they use Facebook to contact with the, to contact with the students, yeah, for me, yeah. For the business, for the MSME, for the business owner, maybe they can reach for the adult people. We are now everywhere in the Facebook, yeah. This is where the Facebook definitely have a free analytic platform, so you can utilize. Then after that, you can generate some of the insights, yeah, how it is looks like if you put your business towards social media, which is Facebook. Then after that, what is the engagement level between your Facebook page with the a potential customer that you are having. Okay. Next, Instagram. Yeah. So Instagram nowadays become booming, what I can say, because young people go to Instagram nowadays. Yeah. And then this is where the Instagram is not only posting our photo with our friends, but now become a business platform. Yeah. So definitely, once a social media platform become a business platform, definitely the analytics are there for you to take advantage of it. Yeah. So this is where if you start moving, for example, MSME to the Instagram, maybe you can consider using Instagram analytics, yeah, to oversee your business. Another one is LinkedIn. How many of you having LinkedIn account? Yeah. So now a LinkedIn account, last time, LinkedIn was used for someone who are looking for the job, but nowadays it's not. It is true that LinkedIn mostly talking about talent management, where our talent can match the employer, and they are still doing that. That's the best of platform, yeah. But nowadays we can see that some engagement, you can see that over here, yeah, the YouTube engagement, Pinterest engagement, YouTube, Instagram, everything also actually being in the picture. So being in the LinkedIn, you may have some connection with the company, then you can start up your collaboration with that company that you find on the LinkedIn. Maybe you want to consider another platform for you to grow your business. Well, not least is the WhatsApp. However, the WhatsApp to do the analytic is not free, unfortunately, unless you have business account, yeah, maybe. It's not free and then requires a little bit of skill. So maybe a little bit programming that you requires to do some analytic towards WhatsApp group chat analysis. This is where sometimes when we sell something, we have group, right? So we have group of maybe our junior high school friend or high school, university friends or whatever friends, or maybe like in our neighborhood, yeah. In Indonesia, for example, like RT, RW, right? Rukun tetangga, rukun warga, they have their own WhatsApp group. And more or less, the WhatsApp become something to promote some product. So this is where we can use the WhatsApp group chat analysis, but this one is requires skills. I mean, it's not free and it requires skill, but it is that. Who knows, some of the MSME, yeah, interested to use WhatsApp analytics. Regardless, whatever WhatsApp issue nowadays, but still WhatsApp is the huge number of followers, and then they use WhatsApp, yeah, to communicate. Well, this is the next one, which is Telegram. So after WhatsApp, some issues, some people move to Telegram, yeah. Not only Telegram, so I understand that some people also moving to Signal, also Beep, yeah, also WeChat and something else. But definitely that this Telegram is not free and also requires some skills, yeah, to do this. But then definitely this is one of the options that you can look at and you can think of how to use the Telegram analytics. Yeah. WeChat. Maybe you have partners in overseas, yeah. So maybe in the China mainland or in Hong Kong, yeah. So they are using WeChat more, and this is where the WeChat is actually having the analytics platform as well. So this is where you can start seeing that WeChat reading, yeah, traffic coming from where. The key, the idea of the social media is to bring the crowd. You need the crowd to sell your product. So this is where the celebrity happening in the social media, because they have power to create the crowd. For example, I'm in Instagram and we have another artist, just say, in Instagram. The power for me to influence my follower and the power for the celebrity to influence the follower, definitely higher the celebrity. So this is where what you call a social media become a major platform, yeah, for us to run or maybe to operate more about our business. This is example of the WeChat. So for example, we communicate, if you know, right, if we communicate with, for example, our partners in the China mainland, or maybe another, another countries in the world, maybe they couldn't follow our, the normal or the common social media. So we have to follow theirs, yeah, which is if we want to grow our business, and then we are thinking that, okay, this is the platform that maybe we agree of, then for example, the WeChat, whatever platform, usually for them to survive or for them to sustain, they are having an analytic platform, yeah. All right, this is another analytic part, yeah, just to summarize. So we have Google Analytics, we have Excel, we have BIS, Crazy Egg, Tibo Spotfire, Tableau, Insight Square, regardless whether it means certain skills, yeah. The skill actually you can learn, because the skills nowadays has been shared in the YouTube, in the whatever social media, yeah. So learning become more easier now, yeah. So maybe on the basic level, you can understand that for you to move or to upgrade yourself to the middle level, or else to the higher level. So definitely we need to do some investment usually, yeah, which is very normal for our business, okay? All right, so now next one. This is the analytical guidance, yeah, for the SME. For example, if you want to just say analytic guidance, yeah, what actually are the skills that we can incorporate into our MSME, yeah. So maybe I will start from the easiest part first, which is a social media. So I start from here first, social media analytics, yeah, which is provided by the social media itself. The good thing is that the social media now competing for subscribers, yeah. So this is where they start creating some features or function or API that make as easy as possible for the people to use it. So don't need to worry to use social media analytics. They try to make it as easy as possible because they want you to trust their product, yeah. Sentiment analysis, yeah, this is requires skills definitely, yeah. And then we want to know whether our product is actually preferable by some customers, yeah. Segmentation, yeah. And then we have predictive analytics. We want to predict something, yeah. So after we have our history of the data, this is where we want to predict, yeah, what happened in the future, yeah. So maybe you can consider to have these things in your company. Financial risk, definitely. This is one of the consequences of the decision, yeah. Again, I mentioned that decision is very, we can do decision is very fast, but then the consequences following the decision is the one that we have to manage, yeah. Customer segmentation, we have understood this, and then product performance, yeah, and then campaign analysis, yeah. Campaign also become one of the important key success, yeah, for the MSME. Of course, CRM, customer relationship management, is also there, as well as the fraud. Now, I want to highlight on the fraud also. So in the fraud, because nowadays SMEs definitely communication happen at least through email. So everybody have email. If you have smartphone or you have social media, definitely they use email as your initial point for you to subscribe or use their product. This is where you must know which email that actually relevant to you. So this is the fraud detection, yeah. Can be one of the feature that you need, yeah, if you want to avoid some of the, yeah, maybe what you call malware, yeah, or maybe the fraud detection, yeah, something like that. Okay, so this is the analytical guidance for MSME, meaning that in a certain level of the knowledge, maybe you can utilize this to benefit your business. Okay, moving to the next one. Okay, so to summarize, data analytics are advantages for the MSME. Number one, you will know a better marketing target. So you will know what tools requires, what is the target customer that you want. So this is where the better marketing target is become easier if you use data analytics, because you recognize, where are they actually, So if you want to meet young people, where are they actually, they are talking, and then where are they actually, for example, we have a certain group of people, where actually they are hanging out. So this knowledge is become the important factors for you to expand your business and to understand what is your customers, potential customers that is relevant, And then know the target customer, this is the same things. And then new innovation. Sometimes when we talk to another parties, we can come up with new things, So if we alone, I mean, like no one can be alone here in this world. But then if your company like do not start to share, do not start to talk with another company and see the possibility of the collaboration, it's very difficult for us to trigger new innovation. So this is one of the suggestion that new innovation can be used, or can be attended if we use the data analytics. Of course, you can cut the operational costs. You can cut the operational costs. How to cut the operational costs? In the next slide, I'm going to show you. Then also to help to solve the problems. Because when you have a problem, you want to know how the problem stands, whether truly this is the a problem, or else you are looking at only the symptom. Sometimes we only see the symptom, but the symptom actually not the real problem. So this is where we have to differentiate between the symptom and also the problem. All right, now only we go to the data socialization. All right, just I can go to quick for this one. Data socialization actually refer to the sharing of the data or data analytics tool with all members in the organization. How to do that? We are going to see on the next slide. The key behind the data socialization is actually to make data-driven insight available for everyone. So you equip not only you, the one who are having the intelligence or having the skills, but you equip the members of your organization, or you equip the employee of your organization or your company to be data science aware. So they're aware about the data science knowledge. And then the data socialization somehow involving the crowdsourcing, data analytics, then after that visualization in the organization. We came to know that visualization is very important because we can read better when it is being visualized rather than text. All right, to make a difference, initially, data science is only possessed by a number of experts, a small number of people. This is where in the company, everything is centralized. But then nowadays, with the learning materials are everywhere, we can learn from the YouTube, we can learn from the website, This is where we can make it a hybrid in the organization. I'm talking about how to manage a data science in our office, So you can see that rather than centralized, we can make it a hybrid. So we empower some of our employees to do their own analytics, but then it is still centralized. I mean, we still have the IT department or data management office to combine it together, the analytical part that is done by a different department. Another model nowadays, maybe this model is new, which is decentralized. Decentralized means that you empower every department that you're having, that they will come out with a very strong data science, and then your job is minimized. The job of the data management office or the IT department is minimized. So this is the three model that we can think of. Of course, nothing perfect in this world, so there must be like strong and weaknesses somewhere. And this is where we can analyze what is the strong, what is the weaknesses, and so on. Now, why data socialization is matter? It's because it helps your business to grow faster. We are overwhelmed with a lot of data. So this is where, if we want to make it double down, the ability to leverage the data is there. then data socialization is one of the one of the solution, whereby here is to solve the challenges. Yeah, data socialization aims to solve the challenges by placing the data and data analytics tool directly in the hand of the people who can use them as part of their job. Yeah, so this is the aims. Now, this is the example. For example, you work in the marketing department, just say. So data socialization means that you can collect and analyze the data related to your marketing campaign yourself. No need to rely on the other department. Yeah, means that you have the skills, you have the resources, you have your access. Yeah, then you can do your data analytics by yourself. Because you know your business marketing needs better than anyone who does not specialize in marketing. You are better positioned, means that you understand your problem more compared with others. Yeah, maybe in the IT department they do not understand about marketing, but you the one who understand more. So it will be very good if you the one who performing the data analytics. So it will be very relevant and very insightful. Yeah. Now this is the idea. It doesn't mean that we do not appreciate data specialists, yeah. So definitely data specialists, definitely they remain the expert, but then they only oversee the tools and the processes that enable the other part of the organization to perform data self-service, yeah. And then, but they are no longer solely responsible for the data management. So this is the idea of the data specialization. Now, I just make it a quick because I see the timing actually almost. What is the timing that I have, Dr. Puji? So I try to make it fast. Now, this is the.
Okay, okay, Dr. Jacinta. It's okay, ma'am.
Okay.
You can explain it.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I try to make it faster. Okay. Now, this is the best practices in the data socialization. Number one, you need to empower everyone in your organization with the ability to manage and interpret the data. And then most obviously, you need data management tools. Most probably, yeah. You're going to need the tools that enable self-service, yeah, without requiring great data expertise. Maybe it is like on the small scale, yeah, relevant to your department only, yeah. So this is where it's not really important. And then your non-technical employees, this will surprise you. Non-technical employees will likely to be able to work with data much more effectively. This is something we can be a surprise that someone who do not know about data analytics can work efficiently. Yeah, that you might expect using, of course, using modern data management tools. And then you can provide data analytic process that is free of complex of technical things. Because we are empowering your employees, right? Your employee may not be an expert, but they have knowledge and patience to do that. And then you need to provide them with the data, of course, that is readily usable. So you have cleaned the data, you have make the data is ready for that department do their own data analytics. Okay, and this is providing tools that enable them to visualize. Visualization is very important. Now, in that sense, it requires training. So when you do training, definitely, yeah, you need to, the first step, you need to identify the needs. What are you going to teach, how and when? So you need to schedule it properly. Then after that, you need to plan and design. How will I make the, what you call the training interesting? Then after that, how to deliver, yeah? Deliver means we're talking about resources. And then don't forget to make assessment. Some of the companies, they forget after delivering the training, they do not make assessment. So this is where they do not know whether the training is actually effective enough or not to improve their productivity, to improve the performance of the organization itself. So this is where you need some assessment. Then after that, you need to evaluate. How did I go? I mean, like, how's the training? And then how the programs go, yeah? And this is where the training cycle it is introduced to the MSME. Now, this is the training evaluation as mentioned just now. You need to measure the resources, yeah, whether it is comfortable for your employee to follow. Resources can be hardware, software, materials, people, yeah, timing, yeah, and then the relevancy, yeah, and then to evaluate the learner's reaction. So you have to identify this, and then to assess whether training objectives are truly met. This is very important in the assessment. And then you need to measure also the practical impact of the benefit in the step 2, the impacts, yeah. So you must oversee. If you training basically is investment, so you want to know what is the impact towards your organization. So that's why when we provide a training, so it must be very systematically. Then after that, it must be really organized. And then you need to measure the greater benefit for your organization. Then you need to measure also or to evaluate the effectiveness of the program, yeah, in terms of social benefits. Now, since you equip your employees with the knowledge of data science, you need to recognize which skill set that actually you want to provide to them, whether skill of the data science or skill of the data mining. You know the best, yeah. So I cannot say much over here, but definitely the business owner, the MSM is the one who knows the best, yeah, for that stuff. Now, don't forget data management, time management. This one also I have to highlight. Ladies and gentlemen, the job of data scientists mostly, yeah, comes to the cleaning and organizing the data. So if you, according to this picture, so if you empower your staff to do data analytics in a certain department, make sure they are removed from this job. Cleaning and organizing, don't do it. So you give ready data to them for them to analyze. Otherwise, they will not do their true job. For example, the job is marketing, they're supposed to promote product, but then because they are empowered with the data analytic, now their job become cleaning and organizing the data. So we have to eliminate that. So the time management, when you empower employee to do something, the time management is becoming the key. Now, when your company is small and then maybe lack of resources, lack of knowledge, lack of skills, maybe this is time for you to think about the crowdsourcing. Yeah, what is the crowdsourcing? Yeah, for the MSME, crowdsourcing involves asking a large group of people whether they are paid or unpaid. Yeah, in terms of materials, services, feedback, or other form of information. Sometimes we can see that some companies, they provide some sample to a certain group of the people. Then after that, they need to give us feedback. And usually we give a voucher or we give some goodie gift. Yeah. So this is where actually we are doing crowdsourcing. The word crowdsourcing comes from a concept taking your work and then outsourcing to a crowd. The number of SMEs using crowdsourcing is still low. Yeah. Why it is low? It's because we have concern also in the crowdsourcing. Confidentiality, intellectual properties, less of the control over the process, risk of the inconsistent outcomes, because we are giving to someone else outside our organization, so we do not know what is the quality that they're having. Yeah, sometimes having wrong direction, or we have some hidden costs. We do not expect the cost actually coming. Yeah, so it is hidden cost. So the crowdsourcing concept can be collaboration to leveraging the various talents, skills, participation of the multiple contributors with the different backgrounds, yeah, and the perspective. And then this one will generate a wide variety of the content and ideas. I try to make it fast. This is where we ask people to update, for example, something on the social media, then we can analyze it. We can know whether the blood, for example, related to COVID-19 healthcare, we know which blood type there is missing, I mean like lacking a number of the blood type, or maybe lacking of the, what do you call, the PDE, or lacking of the health equipment. Yeah, this is where the crowdsourcing can be help us to analyze. Then how to utilize the crowdsourcing as the cost-effective method to run business. So this is where number one, we can use crowdsourcing to find out what customer really want. So maybe you want to do some survey using SurveyMonkey, for example, or else you streamline one-time cash to design your work for repetitive tasks. For example, you want to have media campaign, writing article, creating images, yeah, related with your company. Then you can have a one-time task. Then after that, you give reward to the task, yeah. Or else you can also crowdsource also your advertisement, your video, your product, fashion logo. For example, you do not have logo for your company, or you want to upgrade your logo or change your logo, yeah. Then you can do like outsourcing. Then after that, we do not have certain skill or resources, for example, in our original company. But then because we outsource, we make a contest, yeah. Then some people who are having the right skills, they are contributing, and we can have the best logo that we have ever, for example. Or we can micro-task the crowdsourcing. But this one we have to understand, not every job or not every task can be outsourced. So for example, we have, just say we are managing blog posts, yeah. We have 2,000 blog posts that need an image, yeah. So you can ask 2,000 people to provide one image. So this is where your job can be done instantly, fast, yeah. So this is the faster result. Then also use microtasking, also use not only for outsourcing, but also can use for image processing and so on. So this one is something else, yeah, another technology. So why do small business turn into crowdsourcing? You can have fast turnaround for your result. And then you can have lower costs for the high level talent. Then you can have creative and efficient collaboration. You can have low risk for the commitment and errors, yeah, because it's happening outside, not in our company. So definitely it is cost effective, and also it is what you call low risk. And then you can maximize the use of the resources, which is resources the company you don't have. But by doing the crowdsourcing, then you can utilize, yeah, someone else's resources. Now, it requires training for sure, yeah. So this is this for generally, yeah, if it is general, task instruction are clear, must be understandable, and then participant attention also need to be checked. The apparatus or devices need to be checked, and then crowd workers devices also need to be checked, and then online microtask work as expected on different display type and web interface, yeah. And then also we need to anticipate some target group, yeah, maybe in terms of location, in terms of skills, yeah, etc. Now you can crowdsource also using social media. You can post a challenge. Then after that you can have some early engagement. Then only you can come out with the idea collection, and then from idea you can come out with detailed plan for your company. Then after that you can provide some solution. Now, when it comes to the crowdsourcing in the data science, definitely you must know what is the potential customer or participants. You have to explain specifically about data science, what is the goal of the task, and then number two, you need to teach the participant. Maybe you need a specific visualization that you want, yeah, so you have to explain to them. Then after that, you need to teach the participants the specific strategy, yeah, how to best solve a specific task. Okay, this is my final slide, I believe. So final thoughts on the MSME, the key drivers of the SME growth and productivity. Of course, number one, access to the funding. Yeah, funding is the most important thing for our operational. Management practices, we must have the talent management, adoption of the technology. Yeah, then after that, the R&D and innovation. Then after that, the network and the external engagement, yeah, become the key drivers of the SME. Okay, I believe I finished my slide. Thank you very much for listening. I hope that I'm not getting you bored. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Desinta.
Welcome.
Thank you very much for giving us such informative and exciting presentation. And dear participants, now come to the question answer session. And I like to have 3 questions from the participant. Please write down the question on the chat forum. Until now, I have one question from Mr. Sulis from Mercu Buana, and then Mr. Raihan Nugroho from Mercu Buana.
Okay, I need to check the chatting box, I guess.
Yes.
Okay, let me check.
It's okay, Dr. Desinta. Mr. Raihan Nugroho, the first participant asks you, currently my company is developing an analytic application. One of the advantages of our platform compared to Google Analytics is that our data storage on our servers. Are there certain provisions regarding what customer data we can collect and not for customer privacy? Because sometimes ago, our subsidiary, we call the
Okay. All right.
Was sued for analyzing sensitive customer data. Okay, and the question is, are there certain provision regarding what customer data they can collect, just not for customer privacy? Is it a big issue, I think, about customer privacy? Thank you.
All right, this is very difficult to answer, actually, very good question. So, Mr. Raihan, thank you for the question. It is Telkom. When it comes to the sensitive customer data, I believe it is subjective, actually. So we can, I mean, depend on the companies that we are working at. But then what I know is that your company is developing an analytic application. Okay, so maybe I'm not sure whether my answer will be applicable to you, but what I can say that every time we want to collect the data, we have to make the customer aware about what data we are going to collect. That's the first thing that we have to do. So in here, we can able to eliminate the one who do not really agree what the data that we are going to collect from them. And if I may connect with our issue nowadays, it become the booming issue, especially for the Asian countries, which is for the WhatsApp. What WhatsApp do is actually is correct things. They try to communicate with all the users. But of course, the user do not like with the certain dates that they're imposing. For example, we have to accept that our data will be shared to the other party, and if we are not agree, for example, we do not agree, then we can reject. But then once we reject, then definitely we cannot use the platform anymore. This is what people are not happy with the WhatsApp nowadays. Come to your company, there is developing an analytic application. I truly respect this, but then maybe you can come up with a certain option regarding the data. You have to be very open to your company, to your client, that this is the data that we are going to use, and this is the data that actually we are going to analyze, make them aware. Because everybody feel that my data is my asset. I do not have anything else but only the privacy data that I'm having. So my suggestion, it can be subjective. Maybe for certain company, they are sensitive. We are talking about IndiHome. I have one at home actually, about IndiHome. But then maybe for another company, your subsidiary, maybe it's okay. So this is where maybe you can provide some flexibility, yeah, with your analytic application. So for example, some of the people, they do not mind to share this one, but another people, they are okay with that. Maybe my answer is not really specific, but I hope it can give some thoughts for you. All right.
Thank you, Dr. Desinta. Let me tell in bahasa. Okay. Pertanyaan dari Raihan terkait dengan pengembangan data analitik di perusahaannya menggunakan Google Analytics, dan terkait dengan penyimpanan data dan server, terutama data customer, terkait privacy data customer, apakah hal itu bisa pengumpulan data customer itu tergolong data yang privacy, yang khusus privat untuk customer, atau bisa dijadikan sebagai data yang bisa dikelola dari perusahaan itu. Nah, jawaban dari Dr. Desinta adalah terkait dengan hal tersebut sangat subjektif, sangat tergantung kepada kebijakan perusahaan. Mengacu kepada tadi yang Dr. Desinta sampaikan, contohnya WhatsApp. WhatsApp menyampaikan kebijakan atau ada istilah term and condition kepada para customer-nya atau kepada user-nya, apakah data mereka akan dibuka atau tidak dibuka atau disimpan, dan customer juga tahu persis data mereka akan digunakan untuk apa saja atau dimanfaatkan untuk apa saja. Nah, terkait hal tersebut, terutama penggunaan ada nih misalnya data dibagikan kepada perusahaan anak perusahaan seperti Telkom itu punya IndiHome, maka itu juga harus disampaikan kepada customer atau user terkait data yang akan digunakan dari si Telkom tersebut. Jadi benar-benar sangat subjektif tergantung kebijakan dari perusahaannya. Tapi terkait dengan data privacy, saya yakin Telkom punya kebijakan menjaga betul privacy data customer-nya. Demikian yang bisa saya sampaikan. And back to the next question comes from Mr. Sulis from Mercu Buana University. Mr. Sulis want to ask about the big data in education field. How to integrate big data in education field to produce the powerful research via machine learning based approach.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for this question. Usually for the education field nowadays, it become online learning, right? So if we have online learning, usually we use a platform. So I'm not sure what is Mr. Sulis. Sulis is usually female, right? I don't know Mr. or Mrs. Sulis. Okay, so for Mr. Sulis, for example, I don't know what is the platform. Yeah, Mr. Sulis, yeah. Okay, okay. So what is the platform that you use? I can share with you in Malaysia, I'm using Blackboard. So in the Blackboard, before my student, before I start my class, I'm able to know who are my students. I know how many students, I know where are they, I know they are coming from where, I know their CGPA, I know they fail how many times, I know they pass how many times, I know about that. Before I start my class, I have known some students have accessed the platform that I'm having. For example, Blackboard. So I'm using Blackboard, right? So before my class start, I already know how many students actually come to my lecture, then download them. I already know before my class start. And also I know how many times, if I conducting a class online, for example, we are using Zoom, right? But for me, because I use Blackboard, I use what we call as Blackboard Collaborate Ultra. So this Blackboard Collaborate Ultra will tell me some of the students, they join, after that they left. So I know the duration, how long the student joined my session. So this has become the indicator whether I want to give attendance or not for this particular student. So we have so many analytics that we can do. I hope that I can share with you. Can I share? Can I share something?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right. I hope Inti not angry with me. Anyway, it's okay because Inti have collaboration also. All right. I want to share. How can I share? Maybe I'm going to share my screen here. Okay, I'm sharing this one. Okay, can you see my system?
Yes, it's clear.
Okay, now, Mr. Sulis, what I'm having now is actually Blackboard. And this is my courses. Okay, just say I want to see my courses. I'm teaching decision support system. This is January 2021. Okay, and then I want to know, I have course analytic on my left side, and I can see course at glance. And this is what happened to my class. So this is my subject. I know the content. So I have not done any assessment yet. I know the content, I know the assessment, I know how many minutes my student doing activity inside this class. So this is a decision support system class. Let me compare with another subject. So you can see that we have some course analytic. I have performance dashboard. So this is where I know this student, the last course access actually 18 January, yeah. And then this is the access yesterday. This is, I know that all my students are assessing. If they don't assess, then I will be angry. And then we have also course analytic. This is course at glance, yeah. I have around 70 students in here, if not mistaken. So you can see that the performance is a little bit less than the previous class. And this is where we are now at the week 2 at the moment, yeah. So this is, we can analyze until week 25, and we can see that this is my students, and this is how the course being accessed, and then how many minutes my students spend in the course. So I can know this. So this is the analytics that you're talking about. No need to know, what do you call, sorry, not the course report. No need to know machine learning. So we just do the application. Then after that, we can know about the performance of our students. So you can see here number of students, yeah, how many times on the one that I have explained to you just now. So maybe this is the example of the one that I use in my class. Where is the question just now? Mrs. Solis, how to integrate big data in education field. This is one of the way to control our class, to manage our class. I'm not sure whether you have another question related to this, but this is how I do in my class. No need machine learning. I just click, that's it. I know already what happened to my student. I hope it is useful information, inshallah.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Desinta. Yes, is it called like data socialization? We don't using machine learning, we just using the data analytic from the platform.
Correct, correct. Yeah.
Let me tell in bahasa. Ini ada pertanyaan kedua dari Bapak Sulis. Oke. Oke, pertanyaan keduanya adalah tadi sebentar saya cari ini kayaknya suka bertumpuk, mulai bertumpuk. Oke. Tentang penggunaan big data dalam bidang pendidikan, bagaimana mengintegrasikan big data dari bidang pendidikan dalam bidang pendidikan untuk menghasilkan data yang powerful, terutama riset dalam machine learning penggunaannya. Tadi tanggapan dari Dr. Desinta terkait hal tersebut mengacu kepada platform learning management system yang digunakan di Inti College, Inti University di Malaysia. Dr. Desinta menyampaikan bahwa data analitik yang ada dari platform sudah bisa digunakan untuk melakukan proses pengolahan data atau mendapatkan apa yang kita butuhkan. Misalnya tadi contohnya mendapatkan perilaku dari para siswa di kelas, bagaimana dia mengikuti pelajaran secara online, apakah dia stay mengamati pelajarannya atau tidak, itu bisa dilihat dari platform tersebut. Jadi tanggapan dari Dr. Desinta tidak perlu menggunakan machine learning, tapi bisa langsung dari platform data analitik yang sudah disediakan oleh platform tersebut. Setahu saya, pengetahuan saya memang Blackboard Learning Management System ini banyak digunakan di negara-negara Eropa dan Inggris, tahu saya. Ya, seperti itu. Baik, next question is from Mr. Kamaludin from KSPPS Berkas Syariah Fund, Jakarta. The question, sorry to ask the tutor a little this afternoon. Okay, what is the indicators that must be considered in presenting data so that it can be presented properly and correctly? I think the question is about visualization, maybe.
I guess so. It's about visualization. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So let me take this question. Mr. Kamaludin, ya, salam kenal, assalamualaikum. Okay, so the indicators that must be considered in presenting data. Number one, you must know your audience. Mr. Kamaludin, try to know your audience. If your audience is actually manager, they don't want detailed data. They don't want. They want graph. They want charts. They want some details that relevant to the strategic management decision. So number one, you have to know your participants. You have to know your audience. Yeah. Then only you understand what actually the perspective. If you are presenting to internally, meaning that, for example, we are meeting with our CEO or with our with our boss, yeah. So maybe roughly we understand what actually they want. Maybe it's good if before you're presenting, you clarify first what kind of information that they want before you start presenting your data. Then only you can adjust, yeah. For example, because everyone having their own style. I have my own style. Maybe Dr. Puji have their own style. Maybe Madam Moderator, Madam Prastika having their own style, yeah. So we have like different style. But then our style must be matched for the audience of that day. Then only we can be a successful presenter, yeah. So that's number one. Number one, know your audience. And then number two, make a interactive data presentation. So for example, your data is easy to use, it is user-friendly, it is one click, you can see the whole thing. Do not ask your participant to click like, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, then only you can see the result, yeah? So this one is taking much time. So try your best to make it as simple as possible. And then what they want, what kind of data that they want, make it fast. So meaning that the step you can reduce. So number one, you know your audience, and then number two, make it interactive. Yeah. Number three, just make it as simple as possible. That's maybe what I can say. Unless your audience is someone who truly understand about data analytics and they want to see the insight. What is the resources? This data coming from where? Because for someone who understand data analytics, they do not trust your visualization right away. They want to know the sources of this data. From where you get this data, the data valid or not, you have to justify, yeah. But then some of the boss, okay, I believe that someone already check on your data validity. So this is my job to see what is the visualization part of it. So maybe I will just summarize three of you for you, Mr. Kamaludin. Number one, know your audience. Number two, make it interactive, and then number three, yeah, try to make it as simple as possible. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Desinta. Let me translate the question for the audience. Dari Bapak Kamaludin, dari KSPPS Berkas Syariah Fund di Jakarta, apa indikator yang harus diperhatikan dalam menyampaikan data, sehingga data itu bisa disampaikan secara tepat dan baik. Baik, ada 3 indikator yang tadi Dr. Desinta sampaikan, yaitu 1, pahami penggunanya, siapa yang membutuhkan, cari tahu dulu, itu memang perlu agak sedikit konfirmasi, siapa yang membutuhkan, dibikin klasifikasi, karena tiap pengguna pasti punya kebutuhan yang berbeda-beda. Kedua, kemudian buatlah data yang bentuknya interaktif. Yang ketiga, semakin sederhana, semakin baik. Apalagi data yang ditampilkan itu lebih cepat atau lebih tersampaikan dengan baik tidak putus-putus, tidak dengan terbagi-bagi begitu. Nah, terutama diperhatikan juga jika tadi catatan dari Dr. Desinta, jika yang membutuhkan data adalah expert dalam bidang data analitik, itu memang sedikit challenge atau menjadi tantangan karena seseorang yang expert di bidang data analitik pasti akan melakukan klarifikasi atau validasi terhadap data yang Anda sampaikan. Apakah itu benar atau sumbernya dari mana, itu bisa dipastikan seperti itu. Demikian sekiranya semoga bisa menjadi jawaban atas pertanyaan Bapak Kamaludin. Next question is from from Miss Yanti Faradila. Affiliation
from Mr. Septian, ya?
But I priority from the
priority. All right.
From the external of University of Mercu.
Okay, sure.
Okay, from Miss Yanti Faradila, affiliation in University of Harapan Medan. The question is, as your presentation about crowdfunding, do you have list of website about list and address crowdfunding, about maybe crowdfunding, or micro, small, medium enterprise? Thank you.
Okay. All right. This one, crowdfunding. So meaning that you want to make it. You want to collect some funds, is it? Which is related to your company. So far, for the crowdfunding, usually it is for disaster. So, for examples, like we have what do you call the earthquake, or So this is where the crowdfunding is being utilized. But then, if it is connected to your MSME, maybe that's not the direction that we use for the crowdfunding. So usually it is usually for the social activities. So is this not for a company? Maybe that's what I can say. But I can check one more time. I do not know whether, because in terms of investor, they do not do towards the social media platform.
Yes, like P2P lending, peer-to-peer lending.
So meaning that it is company to company based, right? So it is not really crowd. Crowd means novice user, like, people who are in the, but usually it's B2B. Yes, we have like a list of the MSME. Yes, correct, Dr. Puji. Maybe that's my comment for Miss Yanti Faradila. Oh, from Medan. Okay. Horas.
Thank you. Let me translate the question. Dari Yanti Faradila di Universitas Harapan Medan. Pertanyaannya adalah apakah pembicara memiliki daftar dari website terkait dengan daftar dan alamat dari crowdfunding untuk micro, small, medium enterprise. Terima kasih. Jadi tadi tanggapan dari Dr. Desinta, biasanya crowdfunding digunakan untuk social funding maksudnya. Jadi pengumpulan dana untuk event sosial seperti kitabisa.com. Tetapi saat ini juga berkembang crowdfunding dengan konsep atau model B2B seperti peer-to-peer lending. Jadi banyak sekali pinjaman-pinjaman online yang sekarang menggunakan model bisnis crowdfunding. Jadi mengumpulkan dari berbagai investor, dana dari berbagai investor dikumpulkan dan kemudian di-share dalam bentuk pinjaman. Nah, itu juga bisa digunakan, tetapi memang perlu diperhatikan kembali apakah konsep pinjaman ini memang khusus untuk micro, small, medium enterprise atau berbeda dengan yang financial institution seperti bank yang menyediakan dana kredit untuk UMKM. gitu. Jadi perlu diperhatikan lagi apakah dana yang disediakan oleh P2P lending seperti pinjaman online itu memang khusus untuk small medium enterprise atau UMKM atau bukan. Karena biasanya itu akan punya kebijakan yang berbeda dari sisi kewajiban fee, bunga dan sebagainya. Mungkin itu bisa menjawab dari pertanyaan Yanti Faradila. Okay, next question is from check first. From back. Miss Prastika. Okay, Miss Prastika. From Rian. Rian atau Miss Prastika?
I don't know which one is that. Septian.
Miss Prastika. After Septian. I think I start from Septian. From Septian pertama, student of UMB, I want to ask, I have a small shop in the food sector. If I want to implement big data, what is the first step I have to do?
Okay, I appreciate. I believe this is UMB student. Maybe this is a very young gentleman, yeah, Mr. Septian. So I congratulate to you. So if you want to have a small shop in the food sector, number one, I would like you to recommend to know your competitor, to know your business competitor. So who are those, your competitors? Because you have a small shop in the food sector, so definitely you must know your competitor. And after that, make it your product or your company to be different than them. Yeah. So if you want to implement big data, so definitely the big data, you can use social media big data, the one that I have recommended just now. Yeah, so I believe that you are active in the social media maybe since you are quite young because you are a student and you can be very creative. Then try for the free of charge one. Yeah, so means that social media you can use Instagram or you can use Facebook or you can use Twitter, whatever necessary. But the social media is the one that I would like to recommend you to use the big data to analyze your business. So I wish you all the best and hopefully it is successful. Thank you for the question, Mr. Septian.
Thank you, Dr. Desinta, for your feedback. Okay, I think the time is up.
Yeah. Dr. Louis is already here. Hello, Dr. Louis. Sorry for taking up your time.
Okay, dear participant, we finally come to the end of this session. Before I close, I would like to take the conclusion from what the speaker has presented. Okay, the conclusion is from the first, I think, what do micro, small, medium enterprise need to become sustainable and resilient, whether limited by constraints such as business scale, storage, capital, and security. And big data offer an opportunity for small and medium business to analyze all the data about their business supplier partners and also their customer. But the challenge is how can small business use data analytic on a budget using data science. Okay, using data science, data socialization and crowdsourcing. Data socialization is the next step in the evaluation of data accessibility and self-service analytics. It's a new way for organization and to think about and user interact with their business data. And users are able to search, access, share, and reuse, prepare and manage the data, as well as leverage user rating, recommendation, discussion, comment, popularity to make better decision about which data to use in analytic process. There are countless analytic tools available that can generate data that are either free or inexpensive or cheap. However, challenges arise in the data analytic process. It takes personnel who have data science skill. The solution is to use crowdsourcing. Crowdsourcing is a method used to accommodate many people who want to do something or achieve a goal. Nowadays, crowdsourcing is a fairly popular concept for submitting job or getting a solution to a particular community. The main benefit of using the services of crowdsourcing are reduce operational costs, scalability, and timing as work remotely. In two words, data socialization is sharing is caring. Jadi, saya translate dalam bahasa Indonesia, data sosialisasi bisa diresum dalam dua kata, yaitu berbagi kepedulian. Jadi berbagi data adalah kepedulian kita terhadap UMKM. Apa yang dibutuhkan UMKM supaya dia bisa berlanjut dan dia menjadi tangguh, artinya kuat, baik dibatasi banyak pembatasan atau banyak kendala seperti skala bisnis yang kecil, modal yang terbatas, dan penyimpanan yang juga terbatas. Tapi Big Data menawarkan bagi UMKM kemampuan untuk menganalisis data, termasuk data pemasok, rekanan, dan juga pelanggan. Tantangannya adalah bagaimana UMKM dapat menggunakan data tersebut untuk dianalisis dengan anggaran yang terbatas. Nah, hal itu dapat digunakan teknologi yaitu data science dalam bentuk data socialization dan crowdsourcing. Data socialization adalah langkah dalam data analitik secara mandiri. Ini cara baru bagi organisasi dan individu berinteraksi dengan data untuk bisnis mereka. Kemudian ada banyak data atau alat analitik yang tersedia yang dapat menghasilkan data secara gratis ataupun murah. Akan tetapi banyak tantangan dalam proses data analitik yang dibutuhkan seperti personal yang memiliki skill data science. Solusinya bisa menggunakan crowdsourcing. Crowdsourcing sendiri adalah metode yang digunakan untuk menampung banyak orang yang ingin melakukan sesuatu atau mencapai suatu tujuan. Konsepnya mungkin seperti sharing ekonomi atau gig ekonomi. Nah, salah satu persoalan dalam usaha kecil yang kerap dihadapi adalah permasalahan di mana usaha kecil atau UMKM memiliki banyak pekerjaan harus dilakukan namun tidak punya source atau kapasitas untuk melakukan hal tersebut. Maka digunakanlah crowdsourcing tersebut. Manfaat utamanya menggunakan jasa crowdsourcing adalah mengurangi biaya operasional, skalabilitas, dan waktu karena bisa dapat bekerja secara remotely. Demikian yang bisa saya recap atau summary dari hasil presentasi Dr. Desinta. Oke, thank you. I'd like to thank for the speaker for the informative and interesting presentation and all the participants for the very active participation. Finally, I would like to give the appreciation for the speaker and for you all. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Puji, and also thank you, Dr. Desinta. And the topic is so interesting, and time for our discussion actually is not enough yet, but we should move on to our last topic, which is video analysis. This will be presented by Dr. Louis and Dr. from University of Reading, United Kingdom. And please welcome to Dr. Ida Nurhaida as moderator. Dr. Ida.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Pastika. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. The Honorable Dean of Faculty of Computer Science, Universitas Mercu Buana, Jakarta. Our distinguished speaker, Dr. Louis Patino from University of Reading, UK. Dear colleagues in the room and those who are virtually connected, fellow lecturers and beloved students, I want to introduce myself. My name is Ida Nurhaida. Welcome to the Community Service Webinar Series Session 3, organized by Faculty of Computer Science, Universitas Mercu Buana. We have participants connected from Indonesia, Malaysia, and UK. And I want to say hi for participants from micro, small, and medium-sized enterprise from Jakarta, Tangerang, Central, East, and West Java, Sumatra, and Sulawesi. Before we go further, I want to remind the rules of the webinar session. Your active participation is important throughout the session. Right now, I have everyone on mute to avoid background noises that may distract you from listening to the webinar. Throughout the presentation, someone on staff will be managing the chat functionality. You can enter your questions and comments in the chat board throughout the presentation. If you'd rather ask in person, you can also use the icon on control panel to raise your hand to indicate that you have a question or comment. Once you raise your hand, someone will unmute your line so that you can ask your question. You can use Bahasa and I will translate it to Dr. Louis. Next, I would like to introduce our presenter, Dr. Louis Patino. Dr. Louis Patino is a researcher in the Computer Vision Group at the University of Reading, UK from 2012 until present. Dr. Louis previously worked as an expert engineer at INRIA, France, and a senior researcher at Uniclinic Freiburg, Germany. Dr. Louis speaks 5 languages, namely English, French, German, Italian, and Spanish. Oh, amazing. Dr. Louis researches in the fields of human behavior characterization and information extraction from video, knowledge-based system for activity recognition, and coherence analysis and interpretation of biomedical signal using signal correlation, clustering and data mining, knowledge discovery, and machine learning. In this session, Dr. Louis will be giving us a short presentation with the topic of video analysis for business. Well, I don't want to take much of your time. I need to leave some time for Dr. Louis to introduce herself to all of you. I hope this session will be fun and full of learning. Please, Dr. Louis, this time is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ida. And good morning to everybody. Thank you very much for the nice introduction, for the invitation for this series in data science for business. So far, what I have seen, so it has been a wonderful day. So very interesting presentation. So hopefully I can keep it up and just get you excited about video analysis for business. So let me share my screen then. Yes, just looking for to share it. So it's just not coming up. So just 1 second.
Have you any problem with?
So let's try again. So
Okay.
just sorry for the technical issue. I think it's working now, hopefully.
Okay. Maybe you can change to the slideshow mode. Okay. Perfect.
So is it okay? So now you can see my screen.
Yes.
Thank you. So yeah, sorry for this technical incident. So I will be very happy to present video analysis for business. So as Sida was mentioning, so I am a researcher at the University of Reading. So mostly I have been working on different European projects. So for the European Commission. So the European Commission releases some calls, and within the university, we have answered to these research calls so that we apply our research on different topics. And many of these topics are actually for security purposes. But in this talk, so I want to show that video analysis can also be applied to extract meaningful information for business. So actually in my just a presentation slide, so I have several of the projects in which I have been working. So so I have been working on airport surveillance, underground surveillance, surveillance of sensitive assets, for instance, ships in the sea, or trucks, or sensitive infrastructure. And all of these setups, they need some surveillance from the cameras, and we have very much active research in this topic, but it is not only security that we can address with video analysis, and I will be touching on this talk. So. So obviously, CCTV cameras, we are all very used to see CCTV cameras everywhere. So some of the very typical places where we see them is, for instance, on car parks, so that we are monitoring a car park, the entrance of a building, or if you enter the building, you are being monitored on the whole. And obviously we want to detect probably some threats. So someone is stealing in a car, or someone probably causing a problem in the hall. So if we want to differentiate, for instance, if there is just two people having a friendly meeting, but if there is a fight which is starting up, or probably someone is coming into the building and posing a threat, that's that's something that we want to detect. And I have built some models for this threat recognition. So it is, from the point of view of machine learning, it's actually just matching information from the sensors with models that we built beforehand. Probably you will also be familiar with the CCTV cameras, which are placed also almost everywhere. So on just on a small shops, so that it could be on a retail surveillance, some small retail shops, or it could be, for instance, some coffee shops. And at the moment, so the cameras are mostly used, as I said, for these security purposes, so that you want to see if someone is probably suddenly coming into the shop, is posing a threat. So we have been asked on some of the European calls to answer for this security calls, if we can detect arms like guns or other kind of threatening behaviors or materials. And just to touch, actually, for instance, just in how large can we invest into the security. So this is fold out is actually the project I am currently working on. Just by the fact of how we are using our camera systems and other sensors. So this is the current call that we are being financed by the European Commission. So this is on the Horizon 2020 program. So we are about 10 institutions working across Europe on the subject. So this is for surveillance of mostly border surveillance. So we want to detect if there could be any illegal crossing, and there are obviously very serious investments. So that we have already a grant which is over 8 million euros, and we have, for instance, typical CCTV camera networks. So we have cameras, but we also have other kind of sensors like radio frequency detectors, peer sensors, seismic sensors, acoustic sensors, and these are on the ground sensors, just to detect so if someone is going in a place that you want to survey, and particularly if someone is crossing illegally a border. So if these ground sensors are actually not detecting the person, so then we have airborne sensors. And the very first that we have are the UAVs. So we have drones, and drones, they are also securing the area. So if you want even larger coverage, we actually have radar sensors mounted on the helicopters, and they are also looking at the area. And if we want an even larger coverage, we actually have a Stratobus, which is placed so 20 kilometers above ground, so that it is above clouds, and so illegal people trying to trespass borders, so they couldn't even see the Stratobus. And for even higher coverage, we also have input from satellites. So we are trying to make fusion and sense of all these sensors, and detect so if there could be any threatening activity, any illegal activity, mostly illegally trespassing a border. So, so there is a huge investment in security, and most of the time we are thinking that that cameras, their main purpose is security aspects, and this is kind of the typical surveillance system. So, so I'm just facing again regarding the camera system, so that we have a network of cameras. And these cameras will be streaming their feed towards towards a platform in which we will try to decode the video feed and understand if there is any threat if there is a threat, so we will launch an alarm. And typically, within this video understanding platform, we want to detect if there is an object. What is this object? So it might be a single person, it might be a group of people, or it might be a car moving in the scene. Depending on the event that we are interested to detect, we will launch probably an alarm, also with the time associated to the alarm. And again, so we typically are thinking, so cameras, they are for security purposes, but we are recording, we are detecting people, we are detecting where they are, when they are, and we can be doing this. I mean, this process is obviously working real time, instantaneously, but we can store this data. We can store this data into our databases. So, so we can then have rich metadata, which is lasting for hours, days, weeks, months, so whatever you name it. So and can we make sense of this metadata and use it so not only for the security purposes, and this is probably some of the work that I have been doing, so that probably we can also use this data that we are recording for to analyze the operation and profitability of that shop that we are monitoring. It might be that restaurant, that activity on the hall, that activity on the building. So it is everything working as it should be. Is everything optimized, and are we making the most profit of it? So let's take again a look, for instance, of one common setup that we where cameras are actually installed. So for instance, an underground. And again in an underground. So and we had also this. We were also tasked by the European Commission to look at the undergrounds, and obviously also for security purposes. So looking if there could be someone threatening a worker in the underground, if there could be an abandoned luggage, for instance, or just someone illegally going into the underground. So there are those security questions, but can we use also the cameras to see if in this case, for instance, the underground is running appropriately, if everything is optimized, and if we can actually make it more profitable. So for instance, you see some in this image, just some of the people just going through the hall. And obviously, if you are going to underground, it's because you are going to take the train, so that many people will just go to the turnstiles and just go through. But as you see, there is actually in this image, so there is some people just stopping by the walls, so they might be looking at the posters there. So this might be information, or this might be advertising. So depending on your objectives, so you might want to see. So well, I mean, is people actually stopping, or am I placing the information which is relevant for the people at the right place? Is this a place where people actually stop to look at it? If I am advertising, so I am putting the right advert at the right place, and is people actually stopping to look at it? So so you can actually look, so if people is depending on their behaviors, on their activities, if you are getting what you want from the place that you are monitoring. So you can also look at operational aspects, like is everything running smoothly? So is the flow of people as you expect, or is people kind of having a jam? So are there queues which are building up? And if there are queues, and then why is this? So this could be negative point for your business. So you want to tackle this. So I just want to present some of the analysis that we did. So for instance, in two setups, so that mostly, so we want to analyze, for instance, the operational routines on the underground in Italy, so in Roma and in Torino. And also some examples on how we were analyzing also so an airport, so the airport in Toulouse in France. So to do this, so have built an approach which is based on video analysis, and the approach itself is based on looking at the people's trajectories. So so how are people moving in the area which is being monitored by the cameras? So we'll look at their trajectories, and we use soft computing method, which is actually just allowing to handle uncertainty. And what we want is to get more semantics out of it. So so what we want is translate this trajectory information into semantics. So that's something that you can understand, that people can understand, not simple an image or not simple just a number itself. And the advantages of working with this methodology, it is quite generic, so that it can be actually applied to try to detect behaviors on different setups, on different manners that people might be acting on a scene. And if you want to encode so intuitive rules from experts, that's also possible, and it is relatively straightforward. So when I'm saying, for instance, so that it is based on analysis of trajectories. So here is, for instance, when we were looking at the well, we were looking inside and outside at the airport in Toulouse. So that this is, for instance, someone just servicing the airplane in the airport, and its trajectory is just how the person is moving in the area. So there is an start to the trajectory, there is an end to the trajectory. The trajectory itself is built by first detecting that there is a person in the area, and this is just done. There are in computer vision some very typical methodologies for that. So it is actually background subtraction. So that person who is moving, it is in construct with a background which is rather static, so that we are able to extract that there is a person moving in the area, and we apply an adaptive Gaussian mixture model just to model actually dynamically the background and be able to detect the person. So that a person then itself or an object is characterized by its trajectory, followed by its trajectory, the start of the trajectory, the end of the trajectory, and we assign an identifier to that trajectory. So once we obtain the trajectory of the person, we actually apply a series of different steps, so that we want to extract actually what I call some points of interest. And this is behavioral points, so that so in this approach, I want to detect when a person is stopping. So if the person is stopping, so the person is waiting for something, or has decreased for speed, probably to meet someone, or waiting for another person, or probably just as said previously, has stopped to look at a poster at a given equipment in the area. So it is meaningful. It is meaningful if the person has stopped and then starts walking again. So there is a reason for that. And these are the points of interest that I want to extract. So with those points of interest, so I will be applying a clustering algorithm, and this will be allowing me to learn some zones. And these zones are just equally important to the points of interest, because that means that probably these are a zone which is mostly used for people to meet, or this is a zone where people usually stop for to wait, or it might be a zone where usually queues build up. So there might be functional reasons for the different areas, which we initially probably don't know, and we can discover that. And this leads obviously to some events that we can infer, like people might be just loitering around in the area. They can be just areas where they are speeding up, or just waiting to meet someone, or just catch up. Yeah. So so from the signal acquisition point of view, so that once that we acquire the image and we translate the detection into a trajectory, so actually these points of interest, they can all be obtained by looking at the speed profile of the trajectory. So if a person is walking, so then we will be collecting samples very close one to the other. If the person is is at lower speeds, actually, so we will collect samples very close to one another, so in the same area. So if the person is walking, or if it is running, so then according to our sampling frequency, we will be collecting then samples which will be much more separated one from the other. So we can actually analyze the speed profile, and then just extract those points of interest. So either the speed is increasing, or either the speed has decreased and the person has stopped it. So that these points of interest then become the boundaries to tracklets, so that tracklets could be then that portion of the trajectory, either with low speed or high speed. Low speed including the person being completely static or waiting just very low speed. So to make sure that we extract the right points, so that I apply a multi-resolution analysis. So this is a wavelet multi-resolution analysis. So you might be familiar with this. So it is just looking at the speed profile and then applying a smoothing function. So at different resolutions, so that if you want, so actually, so we go through several iterations in which the signal is each time more and more smoothed, so that that noise is actually dampened over the different iterations. But the singularity detection, those points where the speed is actually increasing or decreasing, can be made visible just by looking simultaneously at all the different resolution, and those points where there is a change in speed at all the resolutions, then are the robust points of change of speed. Those points which will then become our points of interest. So just practical examples. For instance, someone working actually in this area of the airport that we previously saw. So that person that we probably saw. So this is the trajectory which is acquired. And as you see, so when the person is in low speed or probably waiting, so there is accumulation of detections. And when it is working, so samples are more sparse. And this just translates to a series of tracklets, so each limited by those points of interest. So so once that we can, for instance, then look at our scene, look at our video stream, and then once that we are able to extract the text, so someone on the screen, So we will try to follow that person. So this is this trajectory. And as said, so we will be collect those trajectories. And what we want to do, as previously mentioned, is to try to cluster those points of interest so that we can say that if we have several instances, several people doing that same activity, we possibly can build a pattern. So that, for instance, we can say here from the point clustering, build zones in which we say, okay, so the person is starting from a first zone, or there are two people, so they start from different zones, but they are all both converging into a common zone. And that will allow us to say, well, this is a common behavior. So for the zone learning, so it's actually, as mentioned, so that just about clustering the those points of interest. So it's just something so very, it is a very quick partition. We'll look at the points. So for instance, the start points, they are all close together. So they are clustered into radial basis function, which can contain all of those points. So if we keep the same radial basis function to define a new zone for one of the points, there are two which are not defined in the same one. So just iteratively, if there is a point which doesn't fit any of the created radial motion functions, just incrementally we will increase the number of zones so that there will be one which will fit to the newly detected point of interest. What we want to do is then obviously, so just to see if there are common activities, and then just as mentioned, so that let's assume that there are two people, so then walking from two different points in the area, but they are walking towards the same area. So that probably initially, so that this means that we are detecting two radial basis functions which define two different zones. But if that functionally, that means that it is actually the same area, we want to merge those initial radial basis functions, those initial zones into a larger one, because it might have the same functional meaning. And to this, then we just want to kind of hierarchically agglomerate those initial zones. And we will just be looking if we, from our initial set of learned zones, they are having some spatial overlap so that we can agglomerate them. And at the same time, if they have some temporal overlap and also functional overlap, so that those initial zones then, so are then those radial basis functions which result directly from analyzing those points of interest. And we'll be looking if there are zones which are overlapping, and we will be looking also at their functionalities. So if the two zones, they are arrival zones for people, then if they are overlapping, probably this they are having a same meaning. So we will try to cluster them together. But if one is an arrival zone and one is a departure zone, we are probably less likely to want them to fuse together. So so that's why we have established all these relationships. Well, I mean 5 relationships in which we are looking at the spatial overlap. We are looking if both zones are destination zones, if both zones are departure zones or origin zones. We also look at the density of the people inside those initial zones. And obviously, if we look if those zones are active temporally at the same time, so then we are sure that all those zones are having the same functionality. So then what happens is that we will later on, and then we can look at different, for instance, from the monitored area here, in this case, the underground, we can look at it at different resolution and see how is the activity going. So just for the, just let me explain what are the these abbreviations, so that ZH is the zone hold, ZT are the turnstiles. So here is where people is coming through the turnstiles to take the train. So you have one entry one, so just is the below part of the image. Entry two is this area where people can also access the hall. So you have a vending machine here, a ticket machine, another ticket machine, and then you have a map on each side. So you have map one, map two, and yeah, and then you want to look so how people is moving, so that a very broad approximation. So you can say that well, the activity is happening in the station, including the hall, the vending machines, the turnstiles, but there is a heavy use of the entry one. So heavy that it is different from all the others, so that it's actually a different zone. And if you want to look more into the details, so then you see that that also you can see the next most used zones, which are the vending machines, and now you also see the use of the entry two to the station. And if you go to even more details, so then you can see the different queues which are built up to go through the turnstiles. So we can learn this run through several days and see how the zones evolves. And in the end, for instance, the zones, so they you actually can map so how people are queuing through the turnstiles to go through the station to take the train. So how the entrance, both entrance 1 and 2 are used, and you can actually also see that the vending machine 2 is much more used than the vending machine 1. So so with this, we can now just extract patterns of behavior. So for instance, we were speaking about that person going from the vending machine to the turnstiles. I want to see, well, how many more people are doing this activity? And there is indeed a lot more doing this activity. And then you actually can extract patterns of behavior to see what people are doing. So, and then you have a pattern, which is people just entering the station and going straight to the turnstiles. You have another pattern of people who enter to the station and go to the ticket machines, buy the ticket, and then to the turnstiles. You have a few who actually come and go to the map. So so you can extract some patterns of behaviors which are actually explaining to you so how the station is being used, and if that corresponds to what you are expecting. So then you can look, so for instance, so how are the different zones that you have learned, and so the different meaningful areas in the station being employed. So obviously the area most employed is the one at the turnstiles, so that for people going through the turnstiles and going to take the train. But you see that that zone entry 1, the south entry, is the most employed in that station. So, so you can actually build just simple statistics to see how the area that you are using is being actually employed. You can actually then build occupancy maps, some heat maps, just to say, well, okay, this is how the area is being used. And you actually can also not only have spatial resolutions, different spatial resolutions, but also some different temporal resolution to say, this is my occupancy map, for instance, from the morning, at lunchtime, in the evening, and you can say, so this is the change that I have when I am in a peak hour to when I am just middle of the afternoon or quite late in the evening. So, so this is meaningful information that probably the manager of that resource can have, and decide if he's putting the right resources. So probably he needs to put more personnel. So in peak hours, it is a good way to see if there are queues building, and probably could be meaningful in this case, for this use case, if you have some probably more ticket machines, or if they are placing in another place. So so we want still to go further. So we still want to look at the behavior done by the people in the underground, and we define behavior simply by looking at how people are moving through these different learned zones, so that we can say that either a person is transiting from one zone to another, from a zone 1 to a zone 2, or the person is just inside a single zone that we have learned, and this is when the person is just waiting. And this allows us actually then to also to learn some common activities and some rare activities in terms of behavior. So when analyzing this, when analyzing some data of this underground, so we have some examples that I want to show with you now. So there are a couple of them, so that some common and some rares. So let's have a look at one common activity. So this is the kind of the a typical trajectory in this cluster, so that this is from those clusters, some persons going from one learned zone to another learned zone. In this case, they are going from the vending machine to the turnstiles, and so obviously, so the typical behavior, the typical activity on the underground is just people buying a ticket and then going directly to the turnstile. So this is now one of the rare activities, and you can see so what the clustering algorithm actually came up so as changing of zones. So the people are going through different zones. So starting from the sound from the south entry, going to the hall, and then to the vending machines. So in terms of videos, so they are entering, then they go to this vending machine 2. So they tried to buy a ticket. For some reason, they couldn't. They apparently go to the vending machine 1 then, and then go to the turnstile. And so it was a rare activity, I believe, in the sense that it is not common that people might, in that station, be using several vending machines. So another rare activity, let's have a look. So it is about people who actually enter the station. They go to the turnstiles, and actually, instead of entering the station, so being at the turnstiles, they go from the turnstiles to the ticket machine, and then at the ticket machine they go back to the turnstiles, and this time they can go through. So so looking at the just looking at the at how people are moving, and then how they are crossing the different zones. So we applied this also. For instance, it was an experiment, as I mentioned, also in the airport, so that looking if people could be how people could be behaving in queues. And the first thing that we did is so if people are going into a queue, so can we learn those meaningful zones where people are queuing? And you can see that actually, so the queue is can be just modeled by the by the transfer of the people, or the flow of the people through different learned zones, so that we actually learn the zones where people is actually queuing. And from this, we can see if there is any abnormal behavior, so while people are doing this queue. So in this case, so for instance, the trajectory and the mining of the learning zones let us know that there is someone who is actually loitering around. So just let's see what the video was actually saying from that anomalous trajectory, and it's indeed someone who actually left the queue and went a bit further away from the queue, and is just waiting, and it seems to be waiting outside the queue. So now another abnormality, so that it is actually on taking an abnormal path. So so here at the bottom, as you can see, so we have what is the normal trajectory, and this is people who are doing the queue. And normally you leave the queue towards the right of the screen, and let's see. So this person apparently was not following the same pattern. I mean, the person seems also to be joining actually the queue practically from outside instead of going with the queue. There is that abnormality of someone with a paper bag actually on the head. that couldn't detect it because we are not doing face recognition. But it is that person who is now coming to the top of the queue, and as you can see, actually the person leaves the other side instead of following the normal flow of the queue. So yeah, so this is actually also a way to see if the operations that you are expecting are going accordingly. So I will conclude my presentation with that use case. So I will just go to some summarizing points. And I will be saying that surveillance systems so focus on triggering alarms to detect a specific event, so that mostly video camera systems are thought to be employed, so mostly for security aspects and detecting an alarm on detection of a threat. But hopefully that in this talk I have been able to show that video analysis can also be used to with other purposes. So mostly to gather information which can be useful for your business and to optimize operations and profitability. So mostly by analyzing the trajectory of the people, analyzing those detections of people on the monitored area, and then we can extract some occupancy. So we can extract what are the most common patterns, and then see are these the patterns that you are expecting. So are these the appropriate use of the area as you would like to have it? So are you taking advantage of all of the space at best, or could you have a different layout that you can use in a more profitable way to your business? So if you obtain those occupancy maps, so that means that you are using the or your business is running as expected, probably during the different times of the day or different days of the week even. So are there any anomalous behaviors? Probably not really from the point of view of security, but probably mostly on terms of operational aspects. So is everything just being run smoothly as you would expect in your business? So in this talk, so I definitely just presented some use cases, mostly from studies that I have done so in underground systems and airports. But I believe that this approach so certainly could be employed on other settings. And so why not, for instance, coffee shops, restaurants, etc. So yes, so I will be finishing my talk with this slide. And yeah, thank you very much. So I will be happy to take any questions.
Thanks for an excellent presentation, Dr. Louis. Hopefully, we can collaborate for further research. Okay.
Yes. Looking forward to it.
Okay. Now I will give overview about this topic in Bahasa because most of the audience not in the computer science background. Okay. Baik. Saya akan memberikan sedikit overview mengenai topik untuk video analysis for business ya. Jadi secara umum, analisa video itu mengacu kepada ekstraksi informasi yang bermanfaat dan dibutuhkan dari video digital. Jadi tadi Bapak Ibu mungkin sudah mendengarkan ada beberapa istilah seperti trajectory, tracklet, point of interest, dan sebagainya. Itu merupakan informasi yang memang diperoleh dari hasil ekstraksi informasi pada video digital. Jadi konsentrasi terutama pada konten video, dan saat ini riset-riset bidang computer vision, pattern analysis, dan machine intelligence umumnya melakukan analisis video untuk dapat mendeteksi orang, ya, objek, dan environment-nya. Jadi kalau tadi dilihat dari video yang sudah ditunjukkan oleh Dr. Lee, ada beberapa video yang menunjukkan bagaimana sistem dapat melakukan behavior detection, ya. Dan ini mengacu kepada security and safety berdasarkan analisa video dan menjadi bukti yang tidak terbantahkan, ya, terutama dalam bisnis surveillance, retail, dan transportasi dengan prospek perkembangan yang signifikan. Analisis video sering digunakan untuk mengetahui dan memahami customer traffic, behaviors, and opportunity for business, ya. Contoh yang sekarang sering digunakan adalah menggunakan tools yang common seperti real-time business analytics, kemudian analytics for the and shopper, alerts, lead to real-time action, dan seterusnya. Terdapat banyak manfaat yang dapat diperoleh dari video analisis. Contohnya adalah sistem CCTV yang mungkin Bapak Ibu sudah sangat familiar, ya. Jadi analisis video dari video surveillance itu dapat mempermudah pengawasan selama 7 kali 24 jam menggunakan algoritma yang canggih dan analisis dilakukan berdasarkan pixel per pixel sehingga dapat menangkap hingga detail yang terkecil. Di sini kita dapat menggunakan pula filter analytics yang disesuaikan untuk memenuhi kebutuhan keamanan ataupun bisnis tertentu sehingga akan lebih efisien. Namun seringkali ekspektasi dari analisa video itu tampaknya lebih besar daripada yang diperoleh secara realistis. Pengenalan pola dan deteksi objek semuanya sudah dilakukan, namun sejauh mana mereka dapat mencegah dan menyelesaikan insiden, ini yang masih perlu diperjelas, ya. Misalnya pada case video surveillance di stasiun kereta api yang diambil pada jam-jam sibuk, ya. Misalnya pengguna ingin mencari bagasi yang tertinggal di stasiun kereta api, maka sistem akan mengenerate too many false alarm. Jadi banyak informasi yang di-generate sehingga diperlukan metode yang lebih komprehensif untuk menentukan hasil yang terbaik. Contoh lain adalah model pengenalan plat nomor atau license plate recognition yang sudah ada sejak lama dan terbukti dengan baik namun masih belum 100% akurat. Contoh lain lagi adalah pengenalan wajah, ya, yang juga cukup sulit dilakukan sehingga memerlukan tingkat akurasi yang tinggi agar dapat menentukan headshot yang terbaik. Demikian Bapak Ibu sedikit overview tentang video analysis yang dapat digunakan untuk menunjang bisnis, ya. Baik, thanks for your attention. Now our staff have taken questions from the audience. While we are waiting for another question to come in, we will answer a couple of questions that we collected. Louis, we have several questions. So the first question from our students, is there any difference for data analysis compared to video analysis?
So I couldn't get the question. Is there any difference between
data analysis and video analysis?
Yes. Yes, that's an interesting question for sure. So I actually was thinking, we can link most probably several of the talks already on the day today, because you can say that video analysis probably the task of extracting information from the video, and then you actually carry on with data analysis, which can be several data analysis procedures that, and some of them we have spoken with today, so on the different presentations, so that we just had a talk on big data analysis, and obviously we can link together, because once you you have done your video analysis, in the sense that you are acquiring your information for your video stream, you obviously can link and carry on with different data analysis approaches, so that big data analysis that you might already have at hand. So particularly if we are doing this gathering of data information. I mean, in our previous talk, we were speaking about getting information from social networks such as Twitter, WhatsApp, and many others. I mean, here you are just collecting data from video, and just the same, so you can be collecting data from days, months, so that in the end, so that you just will have data available, so to apply analysis of big data. I mean, you obviously can carry on different data mining, clustering algorithms. So yeah, it is very interesting. So yeah, so I mean, there's a specific challenges to the extraction of data analysis, but you can link it up and continue the analysis of the structured data with any of the big data or data mining approaches.
Thank you. We can use all of the approach to get the better results, right? Oke, jadi dari pertanyaan pertama, apakah ada perbedaan antara data analysis dengan video analysis? Sebenarnya tergantung dari media yang digunakan ya. Jadi misalkan kita akan menggunakan video analysis, setelah dilakukan ekstraksi fitur, maka dapat diterapkan beberapa approach berdasarkan metode pendekatan machine learning yang sering digunakan untuk data analysis. Oke, baik. So for the next question, I will read from the chat. From Arif Duyanto. If we map this technology, do you think this technology will become commodity utility in the future? I am currently using cloud video surveillance from www.ivideo.com, and I think it is going there, but the security or privacy issues may be the barrier to adopt this technology for SMEs.
Yes, absolutely right. Yes. It's absolutely right. So, I mean, the technology is actually there, and obviously the trend, I think, it is just to have it even more ubiquitous in our life. I mean, there are some setups where we actually accept to have the cameras, like for instance on this on buildings, on the halls. When you enter a building, probably a series of offices, so that you accept actually that there is a camera, and the camera again so might be used so for several purposes. So it might be used for security, or it might be used for operational or other statistical purposes, as I just showed. So it might be just counting the number of people coming into a building or exiting a building, and this is just for statistics. So so just how many users are you having in the during the day, and there are some setups where we are more used to, or where we are more willing to accept that there are this set of cameras. But there is certainly privacy concerns. So and you probably are less likely to accept a camera and on other setups. I mean, mostly, for instance, so in residential buildings at home. So I mean, we can speak about smart homes, and you could be linking the use of your video camera to several purposes. So it might be it might be still for safety. So I mean, for elderly people. So if they fall down, so I mean, if there is a video camera, that could be an alert, an alarm, so which is launched. But in linking a camera to a residential building and a house, so there is obviously so more privacy issues concerned, and just again, I mean, I mean, this can be solved, but it's probably more if we as people, as society, are more willing to accept this into our homes, or become much more ubiquitous. And there are advantages to that, but obviously there is probably some resistance still to go through. But I believe that it's mostly just that we lay out clearly what are the rules, so that we can accept these systems more ubiquitous, more into our homes.
Okay, I think it's clear, Louis. Okay, for the next question. Okay, it's about multiple target tracking, MTT. Question from Rian Novari Pradana. Multiple target tracking is the task extracting a continuous path of a relevant object across a collection frame. Tracking object through detection can reduce the drifting behavior caused by predictive steps, but on the other hand, it forces the tracker to work in bad condition due to the frequent errors and errors. So how we can reduce the errors that occur when doing detection?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is a very good question also. So, I mean, obviously, detection and tracking in computer vision is a very big area, and what is the best method for detection and tracking has been the subject of discussion for really a number of years. I mean, 15 years, 20 years that I'm in the area. So we actually run in the group. So the performance evaluation of detection and tracking workshop. So the PET workshop. And so over the years, we have been providing data sets and methodology to evaluate detection and tracking. And what I can tell you is that the problem is still open. The problem is still open. So, so depending on the different conditions, so you might be having some better trackers than others. I mean, multi-target tracking is obviously essential, particularly when we are having, for instance, analyzing social interaction. I mean, setups where we are not looking obviously just at a single person. So I could say that actually, so the errors which are mentioned here for the predictive steps, so they are relatively minor when we are looking at the scale that I'm trying to look in terms of temporal analysis of really hours or days of activity. So, I mean, if you look at the examples that I was giving, for instance, on the underground, sometimes the area is really very busy. So you have a lot of detection errors in terms of localization. Sometimes you have actually some switches in the detection and tracking, and this all is smoothed a bit with the algorithms, in particular with the algorithms that I showed to you. So with the meta-resolution analysis on the trajectory profile. But I could say, so when we are looking at the long term, probably those those errors, they are probably not that significant. They are not that significant because we are trying to look at the more at the global activity. So there are errors, but they don't contribute too much on the final results.
Thank you, Louis. Jadi Rian, untuk mengatasi errors yang terjadi pada saat melakukan detection, sebenarnya ada beberapa hal yang bisa dilakukan, terutama dalam hal preprocessing data ya. Namun seringkali error tersebut tidak terlalu signifikan sehingga kita masih tetap dapat memperoleh hasil deteksi yang baik. Next question, Louis. From Tama. Based on your experience, is it useful when we use a common tool to perform video analysis? For example, TubeBuddy find the value of search based on its keywords.
Yeah, I could see that it depends on the it depends on your objectives. So I mean, obviously, so information can be extracted so in by different tools. So so there are existing tools, and you can build some of your own tools. So mostly how I have been doing is trying to build some standalone tools by ourselves so that we can actually extract what we want. So so for instance, when we were working with our end users in the underground, in the airports, so they were saying, so it's okay, I like this pattern of behavior that you have discovered, but it's not giving me much information because I cannot, I don't have the time, for instance, to come and look at the patterns or at the image. So for instance, some of them, they wanted actually kind of a report, an hourly report or a day report on what was happening on the station. And that's why we had to come to kind of an algorithm which was translating actually from video to patterns and from patterns to semantics. So that actually just a report was actually given to to our end users. And the semantic could be simply, so vending machine use it at such %, and number of people coming is this. And probably if they wanted to have visual input, so they have the occupancy maps. So I could say, so it depends on what you are looking for. So if there are tools available that you can use, then why not? Why not? You can use it. So I personally don't have experience with TubeBuddy, but I mean, if you have tools which are giving you information and this corresponds to what you want, then you probably can link it with big data analysis or data mining analysis, also probably available. So if you can exploit it, I mean, my experience, most of the cases we need to build some own tools because we had specific needs to build.
Okay, thank you, Luis. Jadi Tamam, boleh saja menggunakan tools-tools yang common, itu tergantung dari hasil yang ingin diperoleh. Jadi tidak ada batasan bahwa tools yang common itu hasilnya tidak baik, tapi itu tergantung dari bagaimana tujuan dari kita melakukan pencarian terhadap video berdasarkan keywords-nya. Okay, Louis, we have more 5 questions. Is it okay for you?
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, they're wonderful. Yes.
Okay. Okay, from Anissa, is it difficult to determine the real object compared to the animation object, since the technology of animation is different and the object appearance is similar to the real object? I think it's video entertainment domain.
Yeah, this is also an excellent question. So I quite like it because to be honest, so Probably I didn't go too deep in my presentation about the models when we are building models, but when we are building models, analyzing patterns, so that we most of the time we actually don't have initially enough data to build a model. So that one of the things that we have come to do is actually come into animated data, so to animated or synthetic data, and just and I just will agree with the fact that now the the animation industry is so advanced that it is so realistic that we actually can use some animated data just to try to model first some of the behavior, some of the activity, so that we build on that, and then we use those models on real data. And or we, for instance, if we are trying to learn patterns of activity which compare normal to abnormal behavior, and we might not be having too much of either of normal or of abnormal, we actually can complete the data by looking at animated data, and it works. So it, the model can be learned, and then when we test on real data, so the model is good enough. So I could say it is rather a complementarity. So it is something that would to our advantage, rather than to say that these are two contrasting subjects.
Okay, thank you, Louis. From Arif Yuyanto, what do you think the implementation of this technology for video surveillance to combat COVID-19? Is there any research being done on the topic?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So wonderful question. So I not myself, but I have colleagues of myself that actually with in the different project we actually, as mentioned, so we try different types of sensors. So I think that the RGB cameras, they are the most widespread cameras used for surveillance. But there are different kinds of cameras. So obviously one of those are the thermal cameras. And we have been using thermal cameras already for a number of years. And the main advantage of the thermal camera is that you were able to have a neat image, particularly on pure illumination conditions at night. So we were using this. But already for some time, some colleagues developed actually a tool in which you were able to determine what is the temperature of a person, so in front of the camera, and that was already before the the pandemic. So so I believe that there are actually already tools outside, so which are working actually on this way, just a camera which is looking at your face, and it is testing the temperature. And this is already the setup in some places where they so in order to be allowed to, I remember, for instance, here in the United Kingdom, so during our first lockdown, you were able just to go to certain workplaces if you needed to go, and just to verify that you were able to enter the working place, you would have a camera which would be actually measuring your temperature. So you would be looking at the camera, and if it was saying so it is in the range, then you can proceed. And so this is an excellent method, contactless method, just to measure temperature, for instance. And I think this has been widespread. So I recently also saw, there is obviously some computer vision, so there is quite wide research looking also at face analysis. So you see, so yeah, you look at the you look at the face and you try to strike the facial landmarks. So myself, I was working also in the airport. We were looking, for instance, at the possibility of someone spoofing the system, and that was to detect someone who could be wearing a mask because that person didn't want to be detected by the camera or wanted to hide her face to the camera. So so I already had done some research into detecting if someone was wearing a mask, but not to be detected by the camera. But now you can have the same algorithm to say, well, is this person safe? Like if you are, there are many places where you have to, well, I mean, in the UK, it's also a rule to be wearing a chirurgical mask. So when you are going outside or meeting some other people, so so you could also have this now verified also with a camera system.
Okay, thank you. For your information, Azim and I have initiated research collaboration in this topic. Maybe you can join with us.
Sure, yeah, I'd be delighted, yes.
Yes, okay. Okay, next from Raihan Nugroho. What kind of infrastructure can be used and powerful in deploying the video analytics model, especially the real-time analytics? Can you use on-premise or cloud infrastructure?
Yes, I mean, it obviously depends on probably on the resources. I mean, if you look at the slide that I presented on the current system that we are deploying, so I mean the resources are very big. So so obviously we are deploying a very big system, which is including data from lidars mounted on the mounted on drones, SAR sensors mounted on the helicopters, and ASESO also in the Stratobus. So I mean, depending on resources, the system can be huge, and then I mean, obviously the advantage is that you can put the resources to have the information secured, so that you have your own network, you build your own configuration to the data transmission, so that it is secure and you are actually confident of your data. I mean, the system can be just as minimal as just one camera and one computer. For instance, so a lot of what I do in my office is just having one camera connected to my computer, and I can be monitoring just my one room. And there is very interesting research on monitoring the activity on one room activity just with one camera, and this system would be enough just to give enough statistics like the occupancy maps on during the one day. So what are, for instance, the most employed areas? I'm more keen on having the data, for instance, just save it or just transiting kind of proprietary equipment. So I mean, from the camera just directly to my own hard drive or my own computer. So I mean, you can do it larger, and you can use obviously so that cloud services. I mean, the only downside is that you are uploading data to the cloud, and you I mean, in our projects, we always have our legal experts who are always saying, so they are always asking, are you foreseeing to share data? Are you putting data on the cloud? So are you have you verified all your or your legal point or your privacy points? They are asking. So the first question: where is the server? Where is the server located? Where are the images going? So so I think that is probably more these privacy and legal questions that need to be answered on if you are using a cloud service. rather than if it will work if you use a cloud service. I think that from the technical point of view, so that will work, but it's probably more on the privacy and legal aspect that you have to take into account if you really want to use a cloud service into your system.
Thank you, Louis. Jadi Raihan, hal ini mungkin saja dilakukan, hanya ada beberapa, terutama terkait legal issue yang harus dikaji lebih dalam lagi, dan penggunaan resources yang mungkin akan sangat besar ya, jika akan melakukan video analitik secara real time. Baik, two more questions, Louis.
Sure.
Can video analytics predict a person character? For example, if we take our customer's camera and capture their facial features and combine it with psychology.
Yes, yes. Yeah, that's a very interesting question. And I'm definitely working actually on this path. I mean, I have several collaboration with my colleagues in psychology, so we are working together on this. And obviously it is looking at the body movements, and yes, and prediction is essential. Is essential on this task. So I mean, I will be glad to come and then have another talk on prediction, on productivity. So at the moment, so we are, or I am working on a framework which is mostly based on Bayesian inference. So that obviously, so you will be looking at different cues that you have from your observations on the video, and given those cues, so it is about building an inference engine, and then detecting what this is. And obviously, this is the best approach. So even on security system that we have been working so long, so most of the times the event occurs, and it is when the event occurs that we trigger the alarm. Obviously, the best could be that we have enough cues to say that there is a warning, and we actually send the warning rather than sending the alarm of the fact that has happened. But yeah, but there is very interesting research, and I'm doing yeah, I'm quite active in this topic, so it's certainly very important.
Thank you. Jadi Rio, proses video analytics untuk memprediksi karakter personal itu bisa dilakukan, dan ini merupakan riset implementatif dengan bidang psikologi ya. Jadi berdasarkan data-data dari face ya, itu bisa dibuat beberapa dataset dengan berbagai bentuk ekspresi, sehingga nantinya akan dilihat bagaimana efek psikologisnya. Oke, it's according the previous question about the multiple target tracking or MTT. The data generated from MTT is so large. How to anticipate it?
Yes. Well, I mean, one of the aspects is really just working on time windows, and probably here one of the cues could be just as I showed, so working at different resolutions. I mean, I quite actually looking at the data at different resolutions, so that if you want to see at most detailed resolution is when you have all of your data, and sometimes all of your data might be overwhelming to work with. So just let's take a step back just to try to see the data at a broader resolution, and although some of the data might be lost, so it might be that there is still enough information to just to keep with your analysis and with your inference, so that this obviously, I mean, this is an approach that I follow not only for the on tracking, but on most of the analysis. That probably just try to see if there is if the data is overwhelming. So just try to drop some of the data and see if you can still make sense looking at the broader picture.
Thank you. Jadi Andi Wibowo, untuk mengantisipasi mungkin kita bisa bermain di resolusi ya. Jadi resolusi diperkecil, namun informasi yang diperlukan dari image tersebut masih tetap bisa diperoleh. Okay, this is the last question from Kausar. Can the system acknowledge the change of velocity of object? Maybe the example is when the person is changed his behavior from walk to run. Is it possible if the system is still acknowledge that running person is still same person with the walking persons in previous?
Yes, I mean it is. I mean in this system it is actually essential. Well, I mean it's really important that that we keep track of the person, so that if someone is walking and then running. I mean, we have the best inference of behavior if we are able to keep the identity. I mean, to say that it is the same person who was previously walking and now it is running, and this change of behavior from walking to running. So we actually combine it with the behavior of the people around and the context itself, and then we try to infer, so if this is probably something, is this normal or is this an anomalous behavior? So I mean, is this person running because it is escaping from a fight, or it is leaving a fight, or it is running just because it is someone jogging in the park? Yeah, so it is very important that we keep track of the person, and then so if there is someone who goes from walking to running, so it is, we have the best inference if we are able to see that it is the same person, and yeah, and we will analyze all the adjacent cues just to make sense of that behavior. Is this normal? Is this abnormal?
Jadi Kausar, walaupun terjadi perubahan antara proses berjalan dengan proses berlari ya, terkait dengan velocity masih tetap akan bisa dikenali ya. Finally, you have answered all of the questions.
Thank you, I'm glad.
So we will wrap up our talks for this third session. So is there any insight or feedback from you regarding this matter, Louis?
Well, I mean, I just want to thank again to yourself, to the organizers for having me. So it has been really a wonderful day, series of talks. So for me, I just keep learning from the questions from the other talks, and I hope it has been as exciting for as it is for myself, for our audience. So the perspectives that are offered by video analysis, and I'm surely I will be back anytime you want me.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that all of you have well done through the whole webinar session. Is it my great pleasure that we had fruitful discussion? So I think one page is not enough. Finally, on behalf of the Faculty of Computer Science, Universitas Mercu Buana, I would like to express my appreciation to all the participants for taking time out of your busy duties to attend the webinar, and to all your organization and institution for sending excellent participants in this webinar. Thank you to Luis Patino and to everyone involved in planning and holding this event. I would like to close my remarks and officially announce the end of the webinar Data Science for Business, wishing the future prosperity of all the participating partners. Thank you for joining today's webinar. Thank you, Jen, and thank you very much. Bu Prastika.
Yes, ma'am. Again, thank you.
Maybe we can continue with the photo session.
Oh, yes,
with
of course. Yes, definitely. Okay, please, the other also, please open up your camera. We're going to have photo session first. Thank you. Okay, thank you everyone joining us for photo session today. Okay, I will count by 3, 1, 2, and smile. Yeah, I need to smile to count at 3. Okay, and one more for the second page. 1, 2, and 3. The third one. 1, 2, and 3. We have. Okay, the last one is, oh no. 1, 2, 3. And again, 1, 2, 3. And for the last one is I see. Thank you for getting all the events. Also, we did that from the list of all our mistakes. Then actually, we will have to be with us in the future. We gain more knowledge about science and that able to give us any benefit. And for you guys, I think you already get the link for the material. You can click the link and get all material in the Drive, in Google Drive from Mr. Wawan. And also, please fill up the form, the attending form. It's bit.ly hadir PKM Data Science. Yeah. Okay, and also
thank you, Louis, for attending this webinar. Thank you for everyone.
Yes, thank you, Ma'am Indah, and also Dr. Louis.
Thank you very much to all.
Yeah, and also
thank you so much, Dr. Louis, for your great speech to us.
Oh, welcome. It has been a pleasure, really a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. See you again.
Yes, see you again. Hopefully we're able to have another more specific about the topic maybe later on with another session. Again, also thank you for all speakers also. We have Dr. Lim, Professor Lim before, and also Dr. Desinta, and all participants for your attending and understanding about our event. And so I am Prastika, and see you much later. Okay, with that we finish all session. If you already get the material links and then also already fill up the attendings, you're able to leave our session.
Izin live ya Bapak Ibu, sehat selalu.
Siap, Bu.
Bu Ida jangan live dulu.
Ouch.
Oh, sudah ya.
Kembali kasih semuanya, terima kasih.
Bu Prastika, sore.
Saya juga mohon izin left. Thank you very much for all the participation and Ibu MC, Ibu Prastika. Thank you. See you again. Bye. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Materinya baru 2 ya? Halo?
Gimana?
Halo, Bu Prastika.
Ya? Iya, Bu. Gimana, Ibu? Ada pertanyaan? Suaranya terputus-putus di saya, jadi saya bisa mendengar tapi tak paham Ibu bertanya apa kepada kami.